Jim Wilsey, as you'll see on the screen. Although we're forced to do this summit virtually for the first time, we have a great program as usual with 4 dynamic presentations. Usually at this point, I would be telling you about the exits and the food and the facilities. But if you look at the screen, I need to tell you today that this summit is being recorded. And in order to improve the quality of this recording, your microphones are now muted. In order to, you may, however, always submit questions to the chat box. And Diane Martin and her team at the end of each presentation will be asking our presenters your questions. If there are any other questions or issues, you can also submit these and the team will direct them to the correct person for answers. Please note the bottom disclaimer. By continuing on, you are giving your consent to being a part of the recording of this summit. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Nicole Alexander Scott. And of course, unless you've been living under a rock since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, you will recognize her for the outstanding job she's been doing, keeping us informed and as protected as possible from this disease. She wanted to take time from her demanding schedule as the director of the Rhode Island Department of Health to welcome you to our day together. Dr. Alexander Scott.
Hello, my name is Dr. Nicole Alexander Scott. I'm the director of the Rhode Island Department of Health. Warm greetings from your many friends at RIDO. 2020 has been an enormously stressful year for all of us. This is true even more so for immunocompromised people such as cancer survivors in treatment during the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, providers are also having to deliver care with extra precautions during the pandemic. What I see in them and in so many Rhode Islanders is courage, perseverance, communities coming together, and people acting to support one another. This is what Rhode Island is all about. It's an example like this that can inspire us every day. I encourage you to keep supporting one another and helping each other through this pandemic. Stay connected in safe ways. On a separate note, congratulations to the Partnership to Reduce Cancer in Rhode Island for its outstanding efforts to keep the needed voices of cancer survivors central in the dialogues of statewide policy, systems, and environmental change happening. I hope that you enjoy the presentations about experience, including one of RIDO's very own Dr. Schwestenbaum. Wishing you all the best. Stay healthy and safe, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander Scott. Next on our agenda is a welcome from Joe Jobeck. Joe has been a supporter of the partnership for many years. Last year, when we were experiencing some major challenges due to the departure of several key members with job changes and retirements after they had served many years, Joe stepped in and agreed to become the partnership's first independent director. Without his leadership, we wouldn't be having a summit. Joe came to us after many distinguished years as the founder and CEO of a major mental health organization. And he's brought a great deal of mental health and strength to the partnership. It's been a delight to work with him and his personal and affirming style of leadership. Joe?
Thank you, Jim. And welcome all to our 14th annual summit. Appreciate your patience and in our getting started here. This is our new program for us, and we're excited to be sharing it with you today. The partnership was created to broaden people's understanding of cancer, to advocate for policy systems and environmental change that would result in a decrease in cancer incidence in Rhode Island. And we work together with the comprehensive cancer control program of the Rhode Island Department of Health, which is our funding source. COVID-19 has forced us to change our format, but it hasn't diminished our resolve and our commitment to bring you an annual summit. With the financial support of the Rhode Island Department of Health, the assistance of an extraordinarily resourceful administrator, Megan Daniel, a dedicated board of directors, our summit sponsors, and our valued countless volunteers, including the Summit Planning Committee, the partnership is breaking new ground in pursuit of our goal. We titled this summit, The Decade of Promise, Survivorship in 2020, because despite these challenging times, heightened for cancer survivors, this decade holds promise that we can take a giant leap toward preventing certain types of cancers, extending survivorship, and finding a cure. At this time, I'd like to express special thanks to Edward J. Galvin, CPA, pardon me, of Providence, who volunteered his services this summer to act as our representative in submitting an application to become a 501c3 organization. This is a major step in the partnership's development and in securing our future, and our status is pending. Now it's my pleasure to introduce my colleague Megan Daniel, administrator for the partnership and co-chair of the Summit Planning Committee. Megan joined the partnership in the spring of 2019 as an intern and was immediately thrust into action to help complete the final details of our summit that year. She continued to work with the partnership part-time through her senior year at Roger Williams University. And when she graduated this past spring, she came on board as a full-time administrator. The year and a half that I've worked with Megan, I've come to appreciate her grasp and commitment of our mission, her versatility, and the professional way in which she discharges her responsibilities. Everyone should have a Megan, truly. So it's my pleasure at this point to turn the program over to Megan to tell you more about the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for those incredibly kind words. I'm so lucky to be given the opportunity to do this work that I do at the partnership, and I'm looking forward to see what we can accomplish moving forward. So hello, everyone, and welcome to the partnership's first ever virtual Rhode Island Cancer Summit. This is a new format and experience for our annual event, and while we are not all gathered together at the Crown Plaza this year, we are thrilled to be able to bring our summit to you at home. In addition to our annual summit, the partnership has various programs and initiatives that I'm going to outline and that we encourage you to support or become a part of. First, the partnership is proudly serving on a task force created by the Rhode Island Department of Health to carry out objectives in a CDC-issued grant to improve ovarian cancer care in the state. The task force held a successful webinar last week, and we are anticipating similar results with our roundtable in early December. These events, along with a toolkit we are in the process of creating, are meant to increase awareness and knowledge among healthcare providers and community members about the importance of gynecologic oncologists and increase access and rapid referral to gynecologic oncologists for ovarian cancer diagnosis and treatment. The partnership is also working on a Crush COVID mini grant that we were awarded this fall from the Rhode Island Department of Health. The purpose of this mini grant is to help distribute face masks and provide education to the Rhode Island cancer community during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have just completed our first round of personal care kits, which were delivered to 10 cancer centers across the state. We received a generous donation of hand sanitizer, antibacterial hand wipes, and jewelry from Ocean State Job Lot, which were included in the kits, and we are very grateful for. We are planning to make a second delivery to the same cancer centers in the upcoming weeks. We have also created Survivor Stories, an interview series with cancer survivors who tell us in their own words what it feels like to be living with cancer, how they cope and endure treatments, and most of all, how they have managed, despite cancer, to live a life that is meaningful and fulfilling. We also have an ongoing interview series with our board of directors called the Experts Corner, which serves to purpose to highlight the knowledge and experience of our board members in their respective areas of work in relation to cancer and the partnership. Lastly, we are in the process of reorganizing our work groups, which we encourage you to join. We have a membership work group that is currently meeting, a health equity work group, which we hope to start soon, and our prevention and early detection, survivorship, and palliative care groups, which will be starting in the near future. We welcome anyone to join the partnership in our efforts to reduce the burden of cancer in Rhode Island, no matter your background or experience in cancer care. I am now going to hand it back to Jim. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the presentations today.
Thanks, Megan. The Partnership to Reduce Cancer in Rhode Island takes some time each year during our summit to honor special people or organizations for their roles as cancer professionals, and to thank them for their support in reducing the burden of cancer in Rhode Island. Here are this year's 2 honorees and their awards.
On behalf of the Partnership to Reduce Cancer in Rhode Island, it is our pleasure to present you, C. Kelly Smith, with the 2020 Partnership Public Health Award in recognition of your outstanding achievements in health equity, public health, and reducing the burden of cancer for all Rhode Islanders. We want to recognize you for understanding the Partnership's mission and the challenges we face in carrying it out. You're a champion for our community, including those left out or underserved in our healthcare system. You hear our concerns and listen with your heart. You confront barriers to health equity and find solutions that this community needs, such as the skin prevention program at the local ballpark and our state beaches. In more recent events, you are working tirelessly to defeat COVID-19 while finding the strength and resolve to provide the leadership from the comprehensive cancer control program that we need at the Partnership, all at the same time, which is truly amazing. You're continuing to make a difference in the lives of those with cancer, including their family and friends. While this may be your job, it is your passion and your calling. The Partnership is so grateful to be able to present you with this award today.
Thank you both so much for presenting me with this award. I'm truly humbled to receive such an honor from an organization that works every single day to support and advocate for cancer survivors. I've learned so much from all of you during these 7+ years that I've done this work. I've learned that a diagnosis can never define a person. I've learned that a coalition of the willing can be as strong and as powerful as a well-funded movement. I've learned that to find daily inspiration in all of the people fighting cancer, the survivors, their caregivers, healthcare providers, advocates, palliative care providers, all of you. Most of all, I've learned never to lose hope. You have proven to me that almost anything is possible. If I could, I would give each person watching this an award because I have learned that it truly takes a village. I would like to acknowledge my employer, the Rhode Island Department of Health, for making it possible for me to do this meaningful work. Most importantly, though, I want to acknowledge the people working in the Partnership to do this work. You are all my heroes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
I don't know if you knew Dr. Joseph DeMasi.
Yeah, you
Well, he was a gentleman who had put together a program for gastroenterologists to work on a pro bono basis with the underinsured. And he was just this wonderful human being and physician. And so the Partnership, after his death, put together a professional award in his honor. And so let me read through this because I'll probably do it better than if I'm ad-libbing here. So you're being awarded the 2020 Dr. Joseph DeMasi Memorial Healthcare Professional Award from the Partnership. The Dr. Joseph DeMasi Memorial Healthcare Professional Award was created by the Partnership to honor the memory of Dr. DeMasi, a gastroenterologist who passed away in 2012. Dr. DeMasi founded the Screening Colonoscopy for the Underserved Population, or known as the SCUP program, which annually screened over 200 uninsured individuals at risk for colon cancer at no cost. The award is given each year by the Partnership to an outstanding physician who has gone above and beyond to help further the goal of the Partnership to reduce the burden of cancer in the state. Dr. Glieri, your selection as the 2020 Dr. Joseph DeMasi Award recipient was a unanimous choice of the Partnership Board of Directors, who discussed your nomination and voted to award you their honor at their September board meeting. In doing so, the board noted your impressive resume spanning nearly 2 decades, which includes your pioneering work as a director of the Breast Health Center at Women and Infants Hospital, your contributions to the field and research and publications, and most importantly, your unwavering commitment to your patients to help them maintain their quality of life during survivorship. I know when Linda was first diagnosed 16 years ago, we didn't think we'd be standing here today having this presentation. You accomplish this by being attentive to your patient's needs regardless of the hour, employing the best treatment practices available, and your dogged determination to stay current with the latest advances in the field. In short, the partnership is pleased and privileged to present this award to you. Your life's work has made survivorship from cancer not only possible, but probable, and turned discouragement into hope. You are without question most deserving of this award. On behalf of the partnership, Linda and I are pleased to present you with this award, which will be announced at our annual virtual summit on November the 5th. And the pre-recorded acceptance of this award will be included as part of our conference agenda.
So, some of you may be more technologically proficient than I am. If you are, and you've managed to unmute yourself, would you please put your set back on mute? We're getting some feedback and it's distorting a little bit of what's going on, and we certainly don't want to distort our presentations, so thank you. Well, election days come and gone, and still the contentiousness that's been part of our election process remains. I don't think that the founding mothers and fathers of our country and the architects of our democracy had this in mind. It's hard to believe that maybe with a couple of million people, we had the brilliance of Washington, Jefferson, Adams, Madison, Hamilton, Franklin, and the like. My only regret is that women didn't have a more direct say in it all. Now, with well over 300 million citizens, this seems to be how our leaders govern. Now, my theory is that instead of all the geniuses that went into government in the 18th century, the women and men of brilliance are now going into medicine and science. I give you Exhibit A, our first speaker, Dr. Robert Legary, who you just saw receive our DeMacy Award. He's a medical oncologist and researcher. His curriculum vitae speaks for itself, but he was chosen because of his compassionate care with his patients and family members during his treatment with them. He is currently the medical director of the Smilo Cancer Hospital Care Center at Westerly in Waterford, Connecticut. And I'm looking forward to his speaking on the intriguing title of his presentation, Archetype or Genotype, Universal Themes in Precision Medicine, a Dichotomy Toward Cure. Dr. Legary.
Well, good morning, and it's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to present your keynote lecture today. I was very honored to be asked to do that, and it was really fun for me to put some thoughts together to share with you. And I'm hoping that this will be a sort of a journey, if you will, through our understanding of sort of contemporary cancer treatment and kind of how we got there perhaps a little bit and where we want to go. So I entitled this Archetype or Genotype, Universal Themes and Precision Medicine, a Dichotomy Toward Cure. And I think you'll see what I'm talking about as time goes on. Just to define cancer, because I think it's important as we think about therapeutics to kind of just whittle it down to its essence. And cancer really is the serial acquisition of genetic mutations, which ultimately gives rise to the malignant phenotype, what we call a tumor. Two people that I'm very fond of, and I hope you become fond of, are represented on this slide. On the left is Carl Jung, someone I've been reading for years and still not sure I completely understand. But one of his seminal contributions to sort of psychoanalysis was this concept of archetype, sort of universal themes of the unconscious or the preconscious in all of us human beings, almost like a hereditary psyche, if you will. And I think of that as relates to cancer in terms of universal themes. Some cell cycle kinetics and processes are universal, and we can perhaps take advantage of that to treat many different cancers. On the right is someone coming from things from perhaps a different angle. That's Gregor Mendel, who we remember was a monk and really helped us with those plant and experiments to understand sort of, DNA and heredity. And I sort of put him up here because some of our cancer treatments are very specific. We call that sort of precision medicine because they're addressing very specific mutations or changes in a cell for which very specific therapeutics can be administered. And I think that when I think about cancer treatment today, I think of this combination of Carl Jung and Gregor Mendel, and trying to come at treatment in whichever way seems most successful for a given patient. This is just a pictorial of that before we sort of enter into some history for oncology. I thought I would start with at least, and things are sort of melded in a way together, but to start with precision oncology. And that would be looking at sort of genes, environment, lifestyle. I'm really going to focus on genes today. But these things that sort of come into a single person and a therapeutic approach based on those factors. And I really thought it would be instructive to kind of go back to the beginning as I understand it for genetics in cancer. And back in the 50s, there was a lot of work in Boston and a lot of work in Philadelphia trying to understand these chromosomes that we were getting better at seeing, better at looking at. And you might have heard the phrase Philadelphia chromosome. And that was a translocation of sort of two different parts of two different genes coming together, and it shouldn't happen. You can see in the cartoon below where there's a normal chromosome 9 and a normal chromosome 22 on the left. And for reasons that still aren't completely clear, there's a break point. And that break point leads to what we call a chimeric chromosome, if you will. Part of chromosome 9 and part of chromosome 22 are now together. You can see that on the far right. And so that's a 9-22 translocation. And interestingly, that was the first genetic abnormality to be associated with human cancer. And it was an incredible discovery, an incredible breakthrough. And it was published in Science, which is one of our preeminent scientific journals, in 1960. So think about that, 1960, and then 40 years later, 4 decades later, a therapeutic agent was FDA approved for the treatment of folks who had this type of mutation in their cancer. And the classic cancer that we think about with BCR-ABL mutations is a myeloproliferative disorder called CML, or chronic myelogenous leukemia. And the paradigm was that it took 30 or 40 years before an insight garnered in the laboratory could be translated to benefit for human beings. And that's changed a bit, and we'll take a look at that as well. But to me, that was something. ABL is what we call a tyrosine kinase. It's a protein. I almost consider it like a fuel injector. It's a protein that allows the engine to run. And if you step on the gas more, the engine's running faster. If you can't take your foot off the gas, you're in trouble. because the car just keeps going. You can't put on the brakes. And that's what happens with some of these cells before they become what we know of as cancer. They acquire mutations such as BCR-ABL. You can see a cartoon on the left where the BCR-ABL protein is taking that ABL tyrosine kinase and it's misbehaving. And it's responsible for turning on a myriad of different cell cycle kinetics that lead to proliferation and survival of cells, because we know that cancer as well, these cells have a selective growth advantage. They're doing better than their neighbors. And that's why, they're growing. They're not behaving, they're not stopping, or they're not senescing. They're not dying when they should. On the right, you can see a cartoon of what Gleevec does. That was one of the first clinical trials that I was involved with. The agent was called STI-571, and pardon me, it was remarkable. Patients who were potentially, and typically and often dying from this malignancy were doing very, very well. And if you can look on the left, you can see there's a sort of a icon with ATP. So ATP is that sort of energy. You hear people say, I need some ATP, I need some energy. And the BCR-ABL tyrosine kinase can take ATP and can, through, a lot of energy is stored in chemical bonds and can sort of transfer a phosphate group onto many different proteins. Here it's labeled a substrate. And then that protein becomes activated, and it can participate in cell cycle kinetics to increase cell growth, cell division, cell survival. And what Gleevec does is, Gleevec hops into that pocket on the right there, and it blocks ATP, the ATP site, so that the given substrate or protein that wants to be or could be activated can't be activated, and it sort of shuts off cell kinetics. So it really was amazing to see folks enter remission and then decades later have long-term survival with an oral, fairly well-tolerated agent. Now there's many different tyrosine kinase inhibitors that work like this, but 40 years later, we have a treatment, a fairly articulate, fairly well-tolerated oral treatment to help with this and other BCR-ABL related malignancies. And tonight I just wanted to share some stories with you that I thought would perhaps put these things into perspective. And I want to share a story of a patient of mine from many years ago who had idiopathic, and idiopathic means we just don't know what the cause is, hypereosinophilic syndrome. Eosinophils are a component of our white blood cells. This is an electron micrograph of an eosinophil. And you can see some granules in what we would say the cytoplasm, the area that's not the center. And these granules typically with typical H&E staining are pink, bright pink, and they help fight infections. Classically, they help fight helminthic or other type of parasitic infections. So they're an important component of our white cells in terms of protecting us from various infections. Sometimes folks with asthma or allergies have increase in eosinophils. This gentleman, I actually called this gentleman to see if he wanted to sort of talk to us, and he said, "Say hi to the group, but I don't think I'll be talking, this morning with you." But GS was a patient who I saw back in 2001 in Westerly, and he had had a cough for several weeks. It was non-productive, and then developed into sort of clear or yellow sputum. And it was worse at night when he was lying down. He had low-grade fever and started developing night sweats. He was tired, had some weight loss and some joint aching, and initially didn't have, shortness of breath, diarrhea, or asthma. Later did develop some wheezing. Had been to the Caribbean, so we were wondering about, was this an infectious type presentation, bringing out the eosinophils that he had in his peripheral blood. So on exam, he was intermittently febrile. He had come into the hospital, was hospitalized, had crackles at the base of his lungs that shouldn't be there, was wheezing and coughing regularly by the time he was admitted, didn't have any lymph nodes, didn't have an enlarged spleen or liver, had multiple erythematous, red plaques and nodules over the anterior aspects of his leg and back. lab work revealed PFTs, or pulmonary function tests. He had both a restrictive and obstructive pattern that did improve with bronchodilators. He didn't seem to have TB. His stool was negative for ova and parasites. And there was a question of whether he had an Ascaris infection, which is a type of helminthic infection. We actually started him on a antimicrobial, mebendazole, which didn't seem to help. When we biopsied the skin nodules, and it was consistent with sort of an inflammatory reaction, but we couldn't get too much farther in terms of his diagnosis. So I performed a bone marrow aspirin biopsy on him back then, and I was quite, amazed to see both dysplastic, abnormal looking, and in great abundance eosinophils. You can see on the right the aspirate, and on the left the bone marrow smear, and you can see that very pink cytoplasm, the darker purple on each knee staining is the nucleus. So you can see that the bone marrow, which would have many different cells, was overrun with about 90 to 95% of these eosinophils. And so they were overtaking his bone marrow. And we often send bone marrows for chromosome analysis, cytogenetics. That's how that 922 chromosome translocation was identified for CML. And when we sent off this gentleman's chromosomes, it came back as having a 1,4 translocation. So you can see with the green dot there, part of chromosome 1 and part of chromosome 2 were abnormally fused together. So when I saw that, I called my mentor, Gary Gilliland at the Brigham, and I said, Gary, this is a very interesting translocation, because one of the chromosomes, is at least near, or one of the breakpoints is near a tyrosine kinase that's a receptor tyrosine kinase called PDGFR alpha, platelet-derived growth factor receptor alpha. And we know that that's an important protein, a transmembrane protein that sort of takes information from outside the cell and brings it inside the cell, uses that tyrosine kinase motif to activate signal transduction within the cell and participate in cell growth, cell kinetics, cell division, mitosis. And so he was very interested in that. And I had left the laboratory at that time and was focusing on clinical medicine, and had sent the DNA pellet to the Brigham for analysis. And what we found out was sort of interesting and fortuitous. And I think this gentleman remains the only human that we know of who had this 1,4 translocation, because that wasn't the story. It wasn't like BCR-ABL, where there were, genes on both the chromosomes. The gene action was really within chromosome 4, and chromosome 1 simply, like a beacon, kind of shined a light on the chromosome 4 abnormality. So to me, interesting, astonishing. And what we found was within chromosome 4, there was about an 800 kb or kilobase deletion between two genes, one called, as I said earlier, PDGFR alpha, and a second gene called FIP1 like 1 or FIP1L1. And so it kind of brought part of those two genes together. FIP1 like 1 is a gene that's been studied in yeast. It's important in polyadenylation, which is a way to sort of target RNA, sometimes for survival, sometimes for degradation. Sort of matters what the organism is. So this was novel and interesting. And if we look at it here, we can see that, part of the tyrosine kinase, which is the PDGFR alpha part of this translocation, was hooked up to this FIP1 like 1 gene, and it led to what we call constitutive activation, or the light's always on. We can't shut the light off. We can't take our foot off the accelerator. And so that leads to selective growth advantage to these cells. And that was sort of the first. We published this in the New England Journal of Medicine back in 2003, so it was a couple of years after SCI 571 of Gleevec had been FDA approved, or a year or so after. And what was interesting was it was found in a lot of other people, and actually changed sort of the World Health Organization definition for hypereosinophilic syndrome. So that's kind of where we were back then. We were looking for smaller themes, trying to understand, well, if this is happening in this particular gene with this particular translocation, might it happen in another? And we've seen this relevant for with this type of motif, this type of story, in other types of malignancies. And sort of like BCR-ABL, just to say in our gentleman, the imatinib or Gleevec sort of bound to the tyrosine kinase action, which was within the cell. You can see the lipid bilayer here. So that's sort of the lipid bilayer, the cell membrane. That's the outside world for the cell. That's the inside world for the cell. And it's sort of blocking that action. So we, it wasn't really FDA approved. It was a bit out there, if you will, but we worked together as a team and decided to treat this gentleman. So I started him with compassionate use on imatinib. And his white blood count, which was, normal white count is maybe 4,000, 4 to 10,000. His white count was about 27,000. And within a week, it was normal. And his differential, which was about 63, 70% eosinophils, went down to 5%, then 1 to 2%. And the eosinophils had these funny vacuoles in them that were very abnormal. I couldn't really show you that there. But they became less dysplastic looking. His cough went away, his wheezing went away, his skin nodules went away. I hadn't mentioned earlier, but on his chest x-ray, he had pulmonary infiltrates, and they went away. So he remains on this medicine nearly 2 decades later and is doing very well. And, these are stories, and I mention this because it was, part of my life and part of my thinking. And also that this is a vignette that we've seen over many different malignancies as we've tried to make incremental advances in understanding and treatment. So very interesting and still going on. And if you look on the left, you can see those eosinophils in another micrograph. And on the right, after treatment, things look different. We see, it's hard to see, it's a bit blurry, so I apologize, but we see all different cells in there. And so the bone marrow is now able to mature normally because that mutant cell no longer has that growth advantage. We've gotten to its Achilles heel. Things aren't typically this simple, but luckily, occasionally they are. So Eos is sort of the goddess of the dawn, if you will. So I had to include this picture to say, for me, this was sort of like the dawn of molecular understanding and treatment in cancer. And it's led to sort of just a host of other insights in the laboratory that have been translated to meaningful therapeutics for patients in our families, my patients in my practice, folks in the United States, folks around the world. So this is just a timeline. And you can see how these tyrosine kinases are being FDA approved for cancer at increasing frequency and in increasing numbers. I think this is something like 41 tyrosine kinases that are approved for malignancy by 2020. So it's really wonderful and amazing. We need to keep going. We need to get smarter, but what a difference. What a difference the landscape is in 2020 compared to 2002. You can see imatinib there as the first FDA-approved tyrosine kinase inhibitor. So quite something. And then this is a graph of Moore's law, and something I wouldn't pretend to know too much about, but it's referenced because it was a prediction that actually held out for quite some time by a guy named, I think it was Gordon Moore, who ended up being CEO of Intel. And he was looking at sort of densely packed transistors and how much more we can add to those transistors. And it seemed like we were able to sort of double our technology every couple of years. Initially, he said every year, but it was really every 2 years. And it seemed to hold out that that was the incremental advancement in our hardware, our ability to have more memory, do more with our computers. And it seemed like genetics, this is a slide from the NIH, and it seemed like trying to, sequence the human genome was going along that same road, starting at sort of $100 million in 2001, and then maybe $10 million in 2007. And something very interesting happened in 2008. You can see with sort of the green curve there, we were beating Moore's law. We were doing better than our folks with the transistors. And it seemed like advances in the laboratory really led to speeding things up and speeding them up and making them cheaper. So in 2020, it might cost $1,000, not $100 million to sequence someone's genome. And back in 2001, you know, quote, someone's genome was 1 million people across the country and across the world, really. In 2020, that's an individual. We could have somebody come into the office, send their DNA off. We don't really want to sequence their genome all the time. We might want to look for cancer genes, but we could do it. And, you know, isn't that amazing? So we've really made headway. Things are now, you know, with insurance, typically affordable. And so we can take these genetic insights, look for them, and then act on them. And so, you know, the way we do that these days, both early on and in metastatic disease, is, you know, we take typically a tissue sample and we would submit that for DNA sequencing or looking for specific genes. And are those genes mutated, or are those genes overexpressed, or are those genes absent? And so we would typically do a biopsy. This is just a cartoon of a person, you know, with a biopsy from the lung or the liver or the intestine. And now more and more what we can do is what we call liquid biopsies. And that's just taking a blood test and submitting it for analysis, because we do know that there's a certain level of circulating tumor cells, circulating tumor RNA, exosomes, which are sort of little compartments that can float around and communicate between cells, and circulating tumor DNA. And the commercial laboratories especially, but also the academic laboratories, are getting better and better at being able to more sensitively identify specific mutations or overexpression of certain genes within our bodies. So, you know, I think 5-10 years from now, we probably won't be doing many biopsies from tissue. We'll be able to get everything from a blood test. You just see on the right that that's sort of translating into understanding mutations in common genes like KRAS, BRAF. That's just a fish picture, and just genes like ERB2 and FLT2, ERB2, HER2, critical for breast cancer, FLT3, which has really become very important in our understanding and sort of how we treat AML or acute myelogenous leukemia. So, you know, it's getting easier to, you know, see a patient in the office, send off a sample, and get back very high-tech information fairly quickly that's relevant. And so that's allowed us to sort of move into this concept of precision medicine. And, you know, we could, you know, look at that and say, well, it's the subclassification of tumors which led to improvement through the identification of more cohesive biologic groups with the goal of improved outcomes through a personalized medicine approach. So in the top bar, you can see sort of a smattering of different people or different tumor genetics. And if we put all those things together, we would say, well, that group has a, you know, given drug X, that group has a 33% response rate. That's a pretty good number in oncology. But if we can be a bit smarter and say, well, if we knew why they were responding and could select out the folks who would respond and wouldn't respond based on different either genetic mutations or different changes, you know, in the tumor genome, then we could say, well, on the right, the folks who have this particular abnormality, and obviously it wouldn't be 100%, but just for the sake of this sort of thought pattern, they'd have 100% response. And the folks who didn't have that particular mutation and therefore couldn't respond to the agent because the agent had no target, they'd have a 0% response. So that's kind of where we want to get at. And we call in a lot of these situations driver mutations. You know, does the tumor have a driver mutation that we can identify and try to manipulate and take advantage of? And I thought I would share a case that is emblematic of that for you, of a patient of mine who I had followed for many years before he actually passed, you know, last year. Excuse me. So this is a 60-year-old gentleman who is an engineer, very bright man, had a 4-year history of smoking in the Navy and quit 40 years ago. So he wasn't a big smoker. In April of 2017, he had a cough, yellow sputum, and occasional blood streak sputum, and he saw his internist. He became short of breath, had some weight loss, was put on antibiotics, and things are moving along fairly significantly. By the time I saw him in the office, he came in with an oxygen tank, and he had 3 liters of oxygen through a nasal cannula, and he wasn't feeling very well at all. And this was his chest X-ray. On the right, you can see, right is left and left is right on these images. So in the right lung, he had this big mass that was central, that's his trachea, and it was impinging on his airways, his major bronchi that were coming out. And on the right, you can see sort of lung images, on the right lung, but on the left drawing. And you can see all those tiny little miliary seeds in his lung. And he had sort of miliary seeding of lung cancer throughout his lung, more on the right than the left, in addition to this large mass that was obstructing his respiratory tree. And so he underwent bronchoscopy and transbronchial biopsy and had non-small cell lung cancer. And it was an adenocarcinoma with neuroendocrine features. And so we had sent his tumor off for mutation analysis. And he ended up having a mutation in a gene called EGFR, or epidermal growth factor receptor. And this is just a typical hotspot gene test, if you will. We sent the tumor off and it looked for maybe, say, 50 genes that might be mutated in lung cancer. So some of these platforms are disease specific, and some of them aren't. Some of them are more general. So he had this sort of classic exon 19 mutation that is more common in non-smokers than smokers. And so if you can see the cartoon in the upper left, this is the epidermal growth factor receptor. This is that plasma membrane again. That was that lipid bilayer we saw earlier. And this is a common theme for these transmembrane tyrosine kinases receptors. They have this extracellular domain where there's a receptor that can bind to a protein, maybe a growth factor that wants to stimulate the cell to go 100 miles an hour and not 55 miles an hour. A transmembrane domain that sort of anchors it to the cell, and then an intracellular domain. And that's the domain that has that tyrosine kinase residue that can bind to other proteins and cause the cell to really move. So you can see here in this cartoon, if a protein's binding to EGFR, it allows it to dimerize. So 2 of these transmembrane receptors come together. That leads to this relationship with the intracellular domain and can have a conformation that sort of turns the tyrosine kinase on. So now it's ready for business. It can translate one of these phosphate groups to another protein and lead to intracellular signal transduction, hop into the nucleus, cause DNA replication, mitosis, cell division. So this gentleman had this sort of classic exon 19 deletion. This is just another way of looking at saying that the protein is always in the conformational form that says it's ready for business. So this is another cartoon where you can see these transmembrane receptors. This is sort of a big family of proteins that we'll look at other family members later. And that if led to able to work, cause go different pathways, the PI3 kinase pathway, the MAP kinase pathway to lead to cell proliferation, cell survival, metastasis, can affect the microenvironment, can cause angiogenesis, growth of blood vessels to give it more nutrients to grow more. And that's what we're trying to block with this protein. This is erlotinib that we started giving this gentleman. And so it sort of gets into the cell, gets into that pocket, sort of like STI 571, and sort of blocks the ability of the relationship between the 2 kinase domain, so it can't cause signal transduction. So this is a driver mutation, and we've been able to develop molecules, again oral, that can target and really meaningfully affect this cancer. So if you look centrally here, these aren't perfect comparisons, but you can see that the respiratory tree in black on the right here, and you can see how it's narrowing, okay, because there's tumor encroaching around that. This is from a PET scan. I think that's why there's that green shadowing, okay? And we treat this gentleman, okay, and 3 months later, that tumor is gone there, and that airway is much more open, okay? This effusion was sort of a non-malignant effusion at that time. So this really wasn't part of his cancer picture, but it's there. You can see on the right here, looking at the lung windows, you see how hazy those lungs are on the right. And again, take the effusion away, his lungs are now clear. There isn't that white stuff in there, which really for him was cancer in the, we call it lymphangitic spread of cancer within the cells. So he did really well. He came off oxygen. He went back to work. He went back to the gym. He was feeling very well. However, in March of 2018, he comes back and he's profoundly short of breath. And he and his wife came in, and they were my last patient that day. And they were in the office with me for a few hours. And I was very concerned about him, and ultimately said, I think you've got to go to the ER. But before he went to the ER, I said, can I have a blood sample to send away for one of those liquid biopsies I showed you earlier? So I sent it to a commercial company because I wanted to see if he had this specific mutation that can occur to lead to resistance to erlotinib, this T790M mutation. And he did have that mutation, okay? And so that leads to a conformational change where that medicine isn't helping anymore, okay? So he had now more malignant diffusion, more interstitial disease, which you can't see so well on these slides. And he had a large pericardial effusion. He was actually transferred to New Haven and had a pericardiocentesis. So he had fluid taking away from the sac that's around the lung. And he had a thoracentesis, and both the fluid around the lung then and the fluid around the heart then had cancer cells in it. So he was very close to a terminal event. But thanks to the ICU team and the thoracic surgery team, he survived that. And we started him on a third-generation tyrosine kinase inhibitor called osimertinib. And within months, he was feeling better and was back to work again. And so he since has had greater difficulties, but he had another probably year and a half of excellent quality of life. And it's, we're never satisfied. That's never enough. But understanding what makes these cancers move, understanding these driver mutations led to this gentleman, living for several more years, which we were very grateful for. This is, I had shown you earlier that 50 gene sort of hotspot mutation analysis, and that's represented here as well. Some genes we can do full sequencing on. Some we can look for amplification. Is the gene product overrepresented, or is the gene overrepresented in terms of copy number? Gene fusions, like we talked about BCRA, but we talked about my patient with eosinophilia. So we can look for all of these things, and we can take advantage of it. And sometimes a gene with lung cancer, I saw actually a woman 2 days ago who has stage 4 lung cancer, but she has a HER2, she has a overexpression of HER2, and we're going to treat her lung cancer with treatments that we use for breast cancer. So the more we know, the more this becomes an exercise in understanding the mechanics, what makes cancer, the serial acquisition of genetic mutations. What are those mutations? How can we manipulate that knowledge? Just looking at lung cancer, and this is incomplete because this is several years ago, but we're looking for these driver mutations, these oncogenic drivers. But the more we're learning, we're finding these other mutations that can be taken advantage of, and more these these oral agents are being FDA approved for the treatment of lung cancer. So when I was training and as a young physician, we had chemotherapy that was marvelously imperfect and finite in its ability to help people. We still have chemotherapy, which can be very relevant, very important for some of our patients, but to that, or instead of that, we have these very much more articulate and more effective treatments. So amazing to see lung cancer opening up to so many options for our patients. I wanted to move and spend a little time talking about therapeutic monoclonal antibodies. So we've talked about small molecule therapy for a little while, and we're transitioning to therapeutic monoclonal antibodies. So many of you might remember, antibodies are the humoral component of our immune system, and they are all similar in their structure in that they have this Fab region or portion and this constant. And the Fab portion is the part that is created to specifically recognize another protein or part of a protein or part of a bacteria or part of a virus. And so that we, our immune system's always maturing, it's always changing, it's always refining itself. So if we get pneumonia with pneumococcal pneumonia, our immune system, if it's competent, is going to create a lot of these antibodies, right? They're coming from our plasma cells. So the plasma cell that's being fired up to fight this pneumococcal pneumonia is going to start making a lot of these antibodies. They're going to target the bacteria. Other cells are going to come in and swallow up that bacteria, right? That's the same reason why folks get a pneumococcal vaccination, right? We're trying to stimulate the immune system to produce these antibodies to fight infection. And we've come to learn and come to understand that we can also fight cancer with antibodies. And I know you guys are well aware of that. I just want to give you a common example of something that I see in my office many times a week. On the left, we have a normal cell that's expressing a protein called HER2. On the right, we have a cancer cell that's overexpressing HER2. And we've come to find out that, HER2 positive breast cancer is present maybe in about 17 to 20% of women who have breast cancer. In the old days, I would bring folks into my office and say, we know that this is a more aggressive cancer and that your prognosis is much more guarded. It's much more sobering. These days, we say we have a host of therapeutics that really is going to, we think, lead to an excellent prognosis. And just to show, not this entire slide, but trastuzumab is a monoclonal antibody that's directed against this HER2 that we saw in the previous cartoon that's overexpressed. And in binding to HER2, it can lead to cell death. So trying to diminish the breast cancer cell within the host, within the person. And, this is quite a story. Dennis Slayman did a lot of this work. And the first paper that really led to is also in the New England Journal in 1998, if you can believe it. And it was looking at trastuzumab, which is Herceptin, and it was FDA approved for first-line treatment in combination with paclitaxel, which is Taxol, for women with HER2 overexpressing metastatic breast cancer. And this was a big deal. So, we had women coming in who were not responding to chemotherapy, and these women were responding, and they were living longer, and their quality of life was better. So to me, again, living through this, happily astonishing. That led to this phase 3 randomized trial that we participated in. And it was, probably one of the most important trials I've ever participated in. And it was a trial looking at women who had node positive disease in breast cancer or a high risk node negative disease. And these women had to overexpress HER2, okay? And they were randomized to standard chemotherapy, which typically would be an anthracycline like adriamycin with Cytoxan, and a taxane like Taxol, with or without Herceptin. So a pretty standard trial. This actually was a publication bringing two different cooperative groups together, the NSABP and the NCCTG. So we're looking at adjuvant treatment, so that's treatment in the absence of demonstrable disease, but knowing that there's a significant probability, and in this case, fairly high probability of cancer coming back in the bone, liver, or lung, stage 4 or metastatic disease. And the job here is to decrease that probability. This was presented in 2005 at our American Society of Clinical Oncology meetings. And I've been going to those meetings literally until this year, but I did it remotely, since 1991. And it's the first time I've ever seen, with thousands of people in international audience, a standing ovation. People were standing up and they couldn't believe it. There was a 40% improvement. I mean, for oncology, for 3%, we push for every percent. Think about this, 40% improvement in disease-free survival and a 37% improvement in overall survival. So, and breast cancer is common, right? It's the most common malignancy in women. So across the world, this is a bewildering amount of women who are living where they would not be living prior to this publication. And it's really transformed what we do. And you can see here, Herceptin wasn't the first therapeutic monoclonal antibody, excuse me. It was the second. The first was rituximab, which is now standard treatment for B-cell lymphomas that express CD20, which is a certain protein common for B-cell non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. But just look at this graph as it goes to the right. Look at the monoclonal antibodies that are being FDA approved for many different indications, and with really wonderful results for many of our patients. Again, we can never be complacent, but this is powerful improvement. I wanted to also mention another innovation that you can see in treatment for many different diseases, including breast cancer. And this is an example for breast cancer, but we're seeing it in many different diseases. And I just want to not forget to mention that high fidelity linkers, the ability to link a monoclonal antibody with a toxin like ADO, trastuzumab, emtansine, or TDM1. This is an agent that was looked at in women with metastatic HER2-positive breast cancer after they had progressed on trastuzumab, and then later after they had progressed on trastuzumab and pertuzumab, two monoclonal antibodies. And one of these trials, the TERESA trial, was looking at this agent compared to physician's choice of chemotherapy. The second trial, the Amelia trial, was looking at this agent compared to an oral agent called lapatinib in chemotherapy. I believe the agent was Xeloda. I'd have to go back to the trial to ensure that's accurate. And it was better. It improved overall survival for these women with stage 4 disease, very heavily pretreated, and really is part of our armamentarium for advanced cancer, is being looked at in multiple clinical trials for HER2-positive breast cancer in early stage disease. But it was the scientific breakthrough, the ability to create this high integrity linker. We can't give these medicines that would kill you if they were not tightly bound to this antibody, and this antibody didn't have a very specific target. If this target was a general target, it would be much too toxic. So we're seeing this as a paradigm, very effective for cancers. It's been huge for Hodgkin's lymphoma with other agents, and it's being looked at for many other malignancies. So another breakthrough that I think is really incredible. So, there's sort of a meld of precision medicine and these archetypal universal themes. And I thought I would transition now, going from looking at translocations and mutations to maybe more general themes in human cancer, and how we can try to understand and take advantage of those themes to come up with effective treatment for our patients. And just a few thoughts. After millions of years of evolution, we humans have been evolving for at least 10 million years. We've developed into sort of very complex organisms with many essential universal physiologic paradigms. So sort of that a hereditary psyche, if you will, of Jung's archetypes, but they're common to all of us. They allow for our survival, and they're implicit to our survival. And one of them is this concept of self and non-self. And so no matter which side of the political equation that you're on, you would imagine that the gentleman looking in the mirror wouldn't expect to see that reflection. And if the gentleman who's reflected in the mirror was looking in a mirror, he would expect to see what's looking back at him. So this concept of self, non-self, and immune competence is critical, right? We talked about that when we were trying to attack that pneumococcal bacteria causing pneumonia, and we need it every day for immune competence. Our body is always saying, "Hey, is that me?" And therefore, is that cell allowed to persist, or is that not me? And should I mount an immune response to try to get rid of that cell? We know that in very common situations, when that relationship goes a bit awry, we have autoimmune disease, right? When we have, autoimmune thyroid problems, when we have antibodies directed against our thyroid. But there's a whole host of autoimmune diseases, which are at their basic level, a dysregulation of this self and non-self. And as we've tried to understand this better, we've also been able to understand how cancer cells try to steal those normal mechanisms and use them again for a selective growth advantage. And I wanted to, just before getting into sort of, current immunotherapy, when I was a medical student, I had worked with Mike Atkins, who was working with Steven Rosenberg at the NCI. And we were looking at this concept of adoptive immunotherapy. How can we sort of align the immune system to fight cancer? And it seemed like the most immune sensitive cells were melanoma and renal cell carcinoma. And this is a graph from a paper that Mike Atkins published later, but it included some of the patients that we treated in Boston. And in those days, when we were trying to sort of elicit this immune response, we would give folks high dose IL-2. IL-2 is interleukin 2. It's an immunomodulator, and it was a tough treatment. I can remember rounding as a medical student, our folks in the ICU, they would have this capillary leak syndrome where they might have to be ventilated, their pressure would go down. Some folks didn't make it. Again, this is in the treatment of advanced stage 4 melanoma, stage 4 renal cell carcinoma. But it was so interesting, if you look at this graph, that there were a lot of responders here. Maybe 60% of folks were responding to treatment. Maybe that included, mostly partial responses, but there was a small group here who had complete responses to treatment. So these are folks with debilitating lung, liver, bone, sometimes CNS mets, who were responding to treatment and living longer. And some of these folks, their tumors never came back. There's only one patient in my practice now who I still have from these days, who still is free of melanoma. It was interesting. I saw him about a year ago after not seeing him for about a decade, and he came in for a benign hematologic problem. But it was just amazing and so wonderful to see someone who, 20, 30 years later had this therapy. But this therapy isn't for most people because it's so toxic. It's only for folks without other comorbidities, typically younger people. So something that we couldn't generalize, and something we don't do too much anymore because we have better options. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to get these lymphocytes to attack the cancer cells. So this is just a picture of a tumor, and you can see, some of these smaller, darker cells. Is probably not the best diagram, but these tumor-infiltrating lymphocytes, or TIL cells, to get them to sort of attack the cancer and try to get rid of the cancer. So those are the early days, and really, Dr. Rosenberg at the NCI was really a thought leader who put immunotherapy on the table. And here we are, literally about 40 years later, 40 years again, and now we have some amazing treatments. And I just want to spend a few minutes talking about this PD-1, PD-L1 pathway and relationship. And, you know, again, it's this self, non-self. So tumor cells have adopted this to their advantage to try to survive, to appear benevolent, if you will. So this is a tumor cell expressing a protein called PD-L1. And this is a T cell. A T cell is a T lymphocyte, part of our cellular immune system. And it has a protein, again, coming off the cell surface called PD-1, okay? And PD actually stands for sort of considered a death ligand or protein. And when these bind together, right, it's that same paradigm of a receptor, and then it's binding to a ligand, a protein, or part of another protein on another cell. It sort of tricks the immune system into thinking, hey, you're one of us, you're okay. You can hang around. We're not going to mount that immune response against you. And so the cell survives, is able to take advantage of its other mutations to have a selective growth advantage and become cancer. And here, if we add an agent that can block this PD-1, PD-L1 relationship, you can see this anti-PD-1 triangle, if you will. If it blocks that so that these can't come together, the T cell can then say, aha, this is not a cell. It does not seem to be for the health of the body, and can try to get rid of that cell and mount an immune response. So these insights really have been game changers for us. I sort of use the analogy of Star Wars, and I sort of loved back in the 80s going to Star Wars when we were looking at, you know, the Philadelphia chromosome. And, you know, this is sort of that cloaking device that these cancer cells try to hijack. And so it's cloaking the Death Star or whatever it might be there so that it can't be seen by the Starfleet, okay? And so it can go by unnoticed. It can take advantage. And we're trying to uncloak the cancer cell so that we can attack it. There is a million, or, you know, that's hyperbole, but there are many examples I could give you. I just like this example. Again, it's in lung cancer, but it's really emblematic, again, of the progress that we're making. This is a paper that was published, I think last year, looking at the 5-year overall survival for patients with advanced non-small lung cancer treated with pembrolizumab. Pembrolizumab is again, an antibody, but a different type of antibody. We call these checkpoint inhibitors. So it's trying to get at that PD-1, PD-L1 relationship, block it, so that we can recognize and make an immune response against the cell. And it was very interesting. I tried to just simplify it to the right of the graphs, but I wanted to include the graphs just to show you that for all patients, this is a group of folks with stage 4 disease. The trial is called Keynote-001. And I was using this just as a single agent. A lot of times we combine this now with chemotherapy because the responses can be better in early stage non-small cell lung cancer or in first-line metastatic disease. So principally in first-line metastatic disease. So for all patients on this trial, survival was about 23 months if this was the first treatment you got, and 15.5 months if it wasn't the first treatment, if it was the second line or third line. But so this was sort of I think it was a phase 1b trial, but it was, you know, so important that the outcome data became part of it. And what was really amazing is, you know, we determined now by doing special stains, well, what's the tumor proportion score for expressing this PD-L1? So if the cancer cells are really expressing a lot of this PD-L1, they're really using this relationship to take advantage and to grow. And especially if they have greater than or equal to 50% based on sort of CLIA-approved methodology, then they had, median survival that increased to 23.2 months versus 15.5 months. So these are, or overall survival, pardon me, overall survival, these are unheard of numbers in stage 4 non-small cell lung cancer. And some of these folks are surviving, longer than that. I can give you a couple of examples just to share with you that just come to my mind as I'm giving you this presentation. I have a man who actually signed up for a clinical research trial at one of our quaternary centers. And I had given him chemotherapy here for probably about 6 months. He was about 45, 50, not responding, needed a clinical trial. And that was about 5 years ago. And I saw him in the office in follow-up 5 months ago. And he's 5 years older, living his life pretty well. He's had some toxicity, but he's overcome a lot of it. He's had pretty significant skin toxicity. He had some pretty significant diarrhea for a while, but he's doing amazingly well. I have another woman who I was just going over her imaging earlier today, and she has stage 4 lung cancer and presented with stage 4 disease, had brain mets, got radiation, something we call, gamma knife to get rid of the 4 or 5 brain lesions she had some chemotherapy with immunotherapy, a checkpoint inhibitor. And then she developed pretty bad colitis, diarrhea, so we had to stop the checkpoint inhibitor. And that was about 22 months ago. And her CAT scans, literally from last week, show no evidence of cancer. So again, I don't want to sound too optimistic, but I need that optimism to come through the computer screen to you all, because things are different. I'll just give you one more example of a lady who, again, presented with stage 4 lung cancer. And she had a lot of skin lesions in her scalp, especially, and some on her back. We biopsied them. They were lung cancer spread to the skin. She had liver lesions, bone lesions, and a few extra lung lesions. And when I've seen skin lesions, and I can't remember the data on this, but it really portends a poor prognosis. So we started giving her chemotherapy with immunotherapy about 2.5 years ago. And she's still on single agent immunotherapy. We stopped the chemotherapy. And she's not going to be restaged because of COVID until March, but her last scans were in August. And again, no evidence of disease that we could see. So we know there could be cancer there. We know it could come back someday, but a different ballgame for many of our patients. So we need to sort of make that the reality for all of our patients in the not too distant future. So for these checkpoint inhibitors, and as we'll see in the next slide, they're relevant for many different cancers. The initial phase 1, phase 2 data has led to indications for many different malignancies. And then we're finding that they're relevant for a lot of tumors that have high mutation burden. So I saw a young woman who I've been treating probably for 15 years, 17 years in the office earlier this week again. That's why I'm sharing it with you. And she had early stage breast cancer, and she was one of the few where it occurred. And we've been treating her with endocrine therapy, and she might be moving to chemotherapy. But I did send off her tumor, and I might do it many times as we follow through on things through time. But I sent off her tumor for molecular analysis about a year or two ago. And she had a lot of mutations in her tumor. We call that high mutation burden. And it seems that for reasons that are at least not clear to me, these checkpoint inhibitors seem to do really well in those kind of tumors. Also, tumors that have this, colon tumors, say, that have this mismatch repair phenotype. That's another DNA repair pathway. We call it MSI high, microsatellite unstable or instability. Those particular tumors, we often see them in a hereditary cancer syndrome called Lynch syndrome. But if you can imagine, these agents are approved for any cancer from any site that's stage 4 and exhibits MSI. I've had this very successfully utilized in MSI high uterine cancer, colon cancer, and in a few folks who have had high mutation burden. And on the next slide, pardon me, you can see some of the indications as of 2020 for these checkpoint inhibitors in Hodgkin's disease, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, breast cancer, liver cancer, kidney cancer, cervical cancer. Look at the list for melanoma. squamous cell carcinoma. It's becoming critical for some of our patients with head and neck tumors. On the right, as we talked about, anyone with MSI high tumors, lung cancer, gastric cancer, colorectal cancer, bladder cancer, sort of a neural crest type derived cell, Merkel cell carcinoma, and many other tumors. So we're really hoping that the combination of articulate genetic mutations in individual cells, precision oncology, personalized medicine, coupled with these universal themes, and immune therapy is probably the paradigm for that, that these things together can, and I never would say this before, but can lead to a cancer cure potentially in our lifetime, knowing that that quote cure could look very different for different cancer phenotypes. So I'm going to end there, and would just like to end with our state seal, which quite wonderfully has hope as part of its image. And really, this is probably the most significant, but the third time in oncology history where we've seen seminal insights that are going to lead to truly transformative change. So I appreciate your attention today, and I again thank the summit for the great privilege and opportunity to share this with you and to be with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Legary. Making genetics as understandable and looking at the universal themes. I only wish my professor in college could have done as well, so I could have get a better mark on my genetics course. You know, it's one thing to understand the genetics. It's another thing to be able to explain it so that all of us can understand it. And so we're grateful for that. But I'm most grateful for the takeaway of a wonderful sense of hope that you give us for the future of cancer treatment. It's now time to turn things over to Diane Martin and her team so that she can voice the questions that have come up for you. So, Diane?
Hi, Dr. Legary. I can see that while the presentation was being presented, that you did start to answer one comment and one question, but because the audience may have not seen it, I'm going to restate them. The first was from Linda, and she asked you about some of the side effects that you've seen with the FDA-approved tyrosine kinase inhibitors, especially the patients that have been on it for a long term. And I know you've already answered it in the chat room, but if you could answer it for the audience here.
Can you hear me okay, Diane?
I can hear you well.
Okay, so that's a good question because, you know, quality of life is really kind of where it's at and what we strive for. And that's defined, you know, by the person, by the individual. You know, those toxicities can really vary depending on what the agent is, but some common ones that we see with multiple agents could include fatigue, sometimes a little bit of, you know, lowering of the blood counts, sometimes skin rash or diarrhea, and some of the medicines might have some sort of specific metabolic changes that could occur. So I haven't seen, though, you know, the list is fairly large, so I certainly, in my mind, aren't probably representing all of them fairly, but I haven't seen a lot of sort of dose limiting in terms of time. There can be certainly toxicities that lead one to come off a medication. But I can't think of off the top of my head, you know, agents that sort of, you know, have to be stopped at a certain time based on duration of use or things like that. So some of these folks, if you go back to the CML data, back to the early trials, you know, some of these folks have been on these agents literally for several decades.
Thank you, Dr. Legary. For the most part, people are commenting on how much they've enjoyed your presentation and how helpful it was for them. And then I'm not sure if Todd shared some of his experiences with you as well. And I didn't know if he'd rather just say it to the audience directly. What do you think? Todd, would you be okay with that?
Hi, I'm sorry, I was getting myself off of mute. I enjoyed this presentation. I often bring up my own experience. I was diagnosed with CML in 1997, and I had a matched unrelated donor transplant in September of 97. And I remember seeing the research about this study drug, STI 571, that was being treated for people with CML. And I remember all of my follow-up.
Sure. I think the volume's just coming through your microphone. Your headphone's really hot. These are
Oncologists. I'm turning down mine. I think that comment might have been from me. So I remember asking my oncologist, my bone marrow transplant doctor, about this drug, and it would have been too late for me. I was already transplanted, but I was following it in the sense that, boy, what a great opportunity for people that they wouldn't have to have this horrendous procedure that I had. And it was at Dana-Farber, and I remember all of my follow-up visits. Hey, how about that drug? And they had a name for it now, Gleevec. And I think it was every time I went back to Dana-Farber, are you guys using that drug yet for, like first line of defense? And he said, no, if people are still young enough, we still send them to transplant. So it was about a year and a half later when he said, it's first line of treatment now at Dana-Farber. So I'm thinking it was 1999-ish. It was pretty cool. And I'd never seen this presentation this information that Dr. Legary just did. So I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, no pleasure. Todd, thanks for sharing your story. Really appreciate that. And I think for me, and I think, I would presume for our audience, it really sort of puts it in perspective and sort of grounds us in terms of, the real outcomes and the way this impacts people. And, congratulations to you on what you've been through and how you are sort of, truly a cancer survivor, and, can be a source of hope and, perhaps guidance for others. So thank you.
There is another question in the chat from Norma, who's also in the partnership and also a survivor. She just thanks you for your presentation, but she also says, are you seeing individuals with non-epithelial cancers developing epithelial cancers of the primary kind or any other kind?
If I'm interpreting the question right, that's a fairly large brushstroke, but certainly there can be situations either by probability, or I suppose if there was a hereditary cancer syndrome, where one could have sort of both an epithelial, pardon me, and a non-epithelial type presentation. So I've seen that, yes, absolutely, but not terribly commonly. I'm not sure if that helps.
Did you have any follow-up to that, Norma?
I think he answered it very well. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Norma.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the audience? You can put them in the chat room, and either Marianne or myself can present them for you. There is another question for you, Dr. Legary, from Linda. Yeah. Is it more common to do a tumor biopsy at time if initial, she wrote DC, and I'm not sure if I'm understanding the initials for that.
I'm presuming that she meant diagnosis.
Okay, all right.
Based on our keyboard and the relationship of the C and the X. So, I would say not typically now, but there are exceptions, and I'll share one with you in a minute. My hope is, though, that we get there. I would say, in the stage 4 advanced cancer setting, my expectation is that that becomes universal and is something that happens repeatedly through the course of treatment decision making, so that the decisions are the most enlightened decisions that they can be. It was interesting at ASCO this year, Dr. Roy Herbst, who is the head of our oncology department at Yale, presented a plenary lecture, which is a pretty big deal at ASCO, because that's the American Society of Clinical Oncology. That's an international audience, and our seminar, our key meeting. And in that, it was looking at lung cancers and looking at that EGFR mutation and saying, well, at presentation, if folks have that type of mutation, then maybe they should be put on that medicine osimertinib up front, because they might do better, might live longer. So I think we're going to be seeing more of that. Right now, it's very selective. We typically don't do it up front. We typically reserve it for advanced disease, but that's changing selectively, and I think we're going to see more and more of that over time.
Thank you, Dr. Legare. We do have time for follow-up question or one more question.
Maybe sometimes when a presentation is as thorough and easy to understand as Dr. Legare has made genetics and universal themes for us, it doesn't leave a lot of chance for more questions. We have more answers and a greater sense of hope and a greater understanding than we had when we came into this. And I think all of the comments that I've heard, Dr. Legare, from the people in the chat rooms were more of a thank you and coming away with a greater understanding of such a sophisticated field as the biologics and the genetic changes and what we understand about genetics to improve the treatments of cancer. And so I want to thank you for a job well done, and congratulations again on your award. Well deserved.
Thank you. I really enjoyed being with you all today. Thank you.
So our next presenter is a colleague and a friend to me and to anyone who's been involved with the partnership for any time at all. She was the second chair of the partnership during its formative and developing years, where her leadership was vital to our growth. If you needed a definition of resiliency, all you need to do is look at her and listen to her story. She is currently a member of the Palliative and Quality of Life Advisory Committee for the Director of the Department of Health. And as other summits have trained us, palliative care is a discipline in medicine that improves patients coping with serious illnesses through a multidisciplinary approach to their care. Her presentation is a great example of using art and creativity to improve her quality of life and to bolster her resiliency. Linda not only talks the talk, but as you will see, over the last 16 years of cancer treatment, she's walked the walk. Listen and see if she doesn't inspire and support you as well. Linda?
Good morning. My name is Linda Jobeck, and this presentation is the Partnership to Reduce Cancer in Rhode Island's annual Cancer Summit, A Decade of Promise, Survivorship in 2020. And I'm going to be talking this morning about using the visual and creative arts in cancer survivorship. I'm a cancer survivor, 16 years with ovarian cancer, 13 of those years in treatment. And I have found that the arts have really helped me over the years to get involved and manage my side effects of my chemotherapy. So what we're going to talk about today is how we can incorporate using creative and visual arts into cancer survivorship. And this quote from Albert Einstein, I really love: creativity is intelligence, having fun. When we talk about survivorship, I know that this is sort of a review for most of everyone that's participating, but I really felt that needed to go over this. So the National Cancer Institute defines cancer survivorship as a focus on health and well-being of a person who's been diagnosed with cancer from the time of their diagnosis until the end of their life. And this usually includes the physical, mental, emotional, social, and financial effects of cancer that begin at diagnosis and continue through treatment and beyond. The survivorship experience also includes issues related to follow-up care, including regular health and wellness checkups, late effects of treatment, cancer recurrence, second cancers, and quality of life. And the survivorship definition also expands to family members, caregivers, friends, who are also considered part of the survivorship experience. Recent data from 20,000 cancer patients indicated that 1 in 10 were affected by depression and physical pain. I've, doing my research, came across the Art Therapy Resources. It's an online resource for art therapists. And they noted that in one of their articles that cancer patients deal with 3 phases of survivorship. The first phase, in the diagnosis phase, cancer patients are processing their diagnosis, treatment, and outcome. And I can tell you from my own experience, when you get that cancer diagnosis, it's sort of like a punch into your gut, and you're overwhelmed with information being bombarded, what's online, information coming in from many doctors, and you're trying to figure out, where do I go next, what my life is going to be like, and what's the treatment and I'm going to receive, and what are the effects of the treatment. So when we move into the second phase, which is the treatment phase, patients start to feel the physical side effects of treatment that over time leads to stress. And some of those side effects can really affect individuals' quality of life. Things like neuropathy and pain from either recovering from surgeries, radiation, nausea, vomiting, all those things. And fatigue is the #1 major thing when you talk about side effects that patients complain about the most and have difficulty in dealing with doing things in their life. They want to return back to normal, and now they're trying to figure out how this is impacting on their quality of life. In the recovery and palliative care phase, palliative care in its definition means supportive care for patients. It's different from the hospice definition, which is dealing with more end of life, but palliative care really, when we talk about it, should be at the beginning of the diagnosis to address any issues and support that patients are experiencing throughout the phase of their treatment and their recovery and then beyond. In this third phase, patients experience a heightened level of uncertainty about the effects of treatment, and the possibility of recurrence or treatment is no longer helpful. And I would have to say that the biggest fear for most individuals, and myself included, is that fear of recurrence. Every time that you are coming up with a scan or blood work, there's that fear I call scanxiety that is experienced, and patients can sometimes get very anxious and stressed when those dates come up for those tests, because it's sort of like waiting for the shoe to drop. Is this the time my cancer is coming back? So there's a great fear in that. So I almost think that that's a phase of itself and needs to be addressed, thoroughly in the post-care that patients receive. Throughout all of these phases, cancer patients can benefit from art therapy interventions that help process their illness, reduce stress, be able to fully express their emotions, and address physical pain without raising concern or fears of family and friends. And that's in particular very helpful. I know from my own personal experience early on in my treatment, I would say when I was in the treatment phase, I really wanted to be able to address some of the fears and some of the side effects, but I really didn't have a way of expressing myself. So through groups and also through an art therapy group at the cancer center where I was receiving my care, I was able to work with a therapist in a group setting, and we did activities such as drawing, painting, and particularly one activity I remember sitting in on was a painting one where we were looking to express drawing a tree, and that tree was to represent what we were feeling at that moment in time. And I remember a patient sitting next to me whose we were using finger paints, and her tree represented all kinds of colors, but mostly in the center of that was red, and it was a very bright red, and that red circle on the tree got bigger and bigger. Mine was more in the dark colors, more black and white and grays, because it was what I was feeling. I felt that this is what my expression was, that I had this fear of foreboding, that my life was terminal. I was diagnosed at a later stage. This is one way that I could be able to communicate my feelings without putting that upon my family and make them feel worried or overly concerned about that. And it's helpful in those settings that when patients are going through those very intense moments and feelings that they're expressing, that there's a professional there that can address those issues with the individual, so that if they need further support, whether individually or address whether they're suffering from depression or anxiety that's really affecting their quality of life, that sometimes even medication can help to alleviate that, and some counseling and therapy in addition to it. So with that said, let's sort of define art therapy and the creative and visual arts. Well, art therapy is the use of visual and creative art forms that create works primarily that are visual in nature. And those are things such as painting, as you see here in The Fisherman. This is a Da Vinci print, and they're usually very fun. And it combines photography and digital Photoshop skills, and it's quite creative. And also other folks can like to use drawing or sculpture, beading, which is my creative outlet of choice, ceramics, and photography. Other art forms such as music, theater, and dance are classified as more the performing arts, and they're also very useful. Music therapy can be also done by a professional therapist and can happen in group settings, and is found beneficial, particularly when working with children or teenagers. Art therapy is a distinct discipline on its own that incorporates creative methods of expression through the visual arts media, including music and drama. And art therapy as a profession originated in the fields of art and psychotherapy. Many studies have found that art therapy is a great way to help cancer patients deal with how they're feeling, including reducing depressive symptoms and physical pain, while improving their outlook on the future and making them feel listened to. You know, in many of these studies, a lot of the work has been done studying patients with breast cancer, and a lot of the studies have been done mostly in females, and with particularly breast cancer. So what we need to kind of further do that is to really take a good look at how this also has, how people can benefit and what are the effects and outcomes in patients with other cancers and other populations. Art therapy without a professional can be beneficial and effective too. Patients make their own selection as to their preference, such as listening to music, writing, or journaling. It doesn't matter which medium they choose, as long as they're doing something that they can express themselves. I particularly find in the first phase, when patients are overwhelmed with all the information they're getting and they're trying to develop what is their treatment, what's happening going forward, that a time to express themselves mostly is writing or journaling what they are experiencing. And that is helpful, particularly writing down what you're feeling and discussing it with your team, your oncology team, whether it's your oncologist or the oncology social worker or the nurse or infusion nurse or nurse navigator. I think it's helpful to identify and have your feelings addressed and validated. So as moving on to that, I'll talk a little bit about my experience in coping with a recurrence that I had about 5 years into my diagnosis. I was still in treatment, and my treatment had failed, and I had a recurrence. And this recurrence was one that required some interventions, and I was on a clinical trial where I had side effects from the infusion, and I required surgery, and then I was going back to traditional chemotherapy. And the chemotherapy was Taxol and carboplatin. And going through it a second time, also I had to deal with the physical changes, losing my hair again for the second time, having to deal with nausea. Neuropathy was a big thing. And I would have to say that I found I was also more having issues in terms of memory. Chemo brain, it was classic chemo brain. My brain was foggy, couldn't focus, couldn't concentrate. I was lucky if I could get through a magazine article, if that. And I also had other things like pain in my hands and cramping and the neuropathy, blurred vision. So it was difficult to really try to figure out what could I do. Plus I had a great deal of fatigue. During that, just before that recurrence, I was part of a group of women that were knitters. And one of the women in the group had taken a class that combines beading and knitting and shared it with us. And I was fascinated by the beading aspect of it, not so much with the knitting, because I wasn't a great knitter, but I did it more for the social camaraderie that I was feeling from the gals in the group. And I decided to kind of investigate where could I learn to do more of this. And I found a place where we had a vacation home in New Hampshire where there was a bead store and they were teaching classes. And so that's where I began my journey on utilizing beads to really help me cope with my cancer diagnosis. Right as about 6 months after starting the classes and really enjoying what I was doing, I was learning an art form called bead embroidery, where you actually bead on a form material and create different designs. And I was working on a bracelet cuff. And I had started the piece and then I put it aside because I felt it was too complicated. And then I had the reoccurrence and ended up with surgery and chemotherapy, as I mentioned before. And all through my treatment, I could not pick up the beads. I had no interest. I didn't have the patience. My hands it was too difficult to handle. But I had a book that was written by a bead embroiderist, and I started reading little pieces of it through the course of the 6 months of treatment. And by the time I finished treatment, I thought, well, you know, this might be something I want to do later on. And one day I picked up my piece that I had started and I just sat down and started to figure out how to do this. And I taught myself all the stitches that were in the book. And what I found over the course of 3 months when I completed this piece was that I started to become more focused. I could sit for more than 5-10 minutes to do this. And I also found that my hands were getting better. I had to think of, I was using many different types of skills beside figuring out colorways and measurements and where the placement of the beads, what beads to select, and creating the design. And I just let the beads speak to me. So this cuff bracelet sort of evolved over time. When I had completed it, I had this feeling of satisfaction that I had created something what I thought was lovely, and I was very pleased. And I actually realized that I was feeling better. My attitude had changed. I sort of felt like there was a dark veil that was lifted, and I could go on. And then I got into, I could keep doing this. I see the benefits of it. Well, when we talk about beads, we know that it's one of the earliest art forms known to humans. I mean, it goes back thousands and thousands of years, even beyond ancient times. And beads were used for trade and currency and for adornment. Particularly, sometimes I'm always fascinated by Egyptian jewelry when I've seen it at the British Museum, and just fascinated by the techniques were used then are some of the same techniques we use now in beading. In modern times, beading has become a creative craft that's very, very popular. There were, just a few years ago, a number of bead stores, particularly in Rhode Island, which was at one time the center of the costume jewelry center of the world. We are now, that has all sort of gone away as the manufacturing companies shut down or moved out of the country. But we still have lots of creative artists in the state. Unfortunately, over time, the brick and mortar stores have found that they can't stay opened anymore, and everyone has moved on to online selling. So using a creative craft such as beading can help cancer patients and survivors cope with their diagnosis and effects of treatment and beyond. One of the things in looking at a lot of the art therapy programs is, and in also looking at, is that a lot of the research studies that have been done or the evidence been done is a little bit more subjective And there are not a lot of evidence-based programs that you can really say, like, can these be replicated? But I do know of one. It's an evidence-based program called Beads of Courage. And this is a program that was started by a nurse who was working on her PhD. And she's created this amazing, innovative arts program that incorporates the arts into medicine. And it targets children and teens coping with their serious illness. And it also includes their families and the clinicians who care for them in their community. And I've included that in the resource area to kind of look at their website, because I think it's a private nonprofit, but she's done an amazing job in how they're addressing how kids and families are coping with the cancer diagnosis, and also their resilience. All the procedures that are done, children are gifted these beautiful beads through collaborations that this nurse has set up that provide these beautiful glass beads. And every time they have a procedure, and so or a test or surgery or radiation, whatever, they're gifted a bead. And it is incredible to see tiny little newborns and infants and children with bead necklaces that go on and on forever. But it is a measurement of their resilience that they have overcome those kinds of things to get to where they are now. And I love that part of their mission, and their mission statement is this: every time a bead is given, courage is honored, resilience is strengthened, and the experience of human caring is affirmed. And I think that's a wonderful statement. So I encourage you to visit their website. I think there's a lot of possibilities there. They have replicated the program in many states, and also it has gone international. In an April 30th, 2020 article by the National Cancer Institute staff noted that anxiety and distress is common among patients in treatment, especially when it has ended, and even more common in long-term cancer survivors, sort of like myself. And because we have a roller coaster, especially when you're when you've had a recurrence and your disease is now sort of shifted into more a chronic condition, which is not a phrase that I particularly like. It's not like diabetes, it's not like asthma or other chronic diseases. I mean, cancer is its own. And so it is like a roller coaster that you're on through treatments and periods with stable disease, and then recurrence again, and so on. But with all of that, we also have had since March, the impact of COVID-19, and that has added more anxiety and stress for cancer patients and cancer survivors. It's caused isolation. There's also a great deal of stress for some patients. Sometimes through this, we have heard that patients' treatment has been delayed, or that if they're starting a clinical trial, that has also been delayed or postponed, or in some cases, the clinical trial has been discontinued because of the monitoring that's needed to be done. There's also the sense that a lot of the care, which has been face-to-face and on hands, is now shifted to telemedicine, where it's all visual. And so it puts a great deal of responsibility on the patients that they now have to maneuver this whole new world of telemedicine, and how they are contacting their provider, the continuity of care. So certainly that has added to the stress, and also the financial impact that COVID has had, when the economy has been shut down and people have lost their jobs or have been laid off, and may have lost also their insurance. So lots of things that have contributed, COVID-19 has contributed. And I think going forward, this is a whole new world for us. And certainly what I think of is that in terms of the isolation, it is even more so. When you are going through treatment and you have to take the precautions that we're all doing, washing hands, particularly hygiene, wearing a mask when you're out, or to prevent transmission of any communicable or infectious diseases, doing all those kinds of things, avoiding crowds, the social distancing, all of those things cancer patients do, which is part of their life. But even more so, it has sort of made you more hyper, in order to increase their hyper awareness that this is having a greater impact, and you have to be much more careful what you're doing. So how can we help patients cope with their stress and anxiety, the depression and isolation? Well, again, just thinking about how we can cope in any situation, particularly with COVID-19, I would say this to anyone, if you are a cancer patient or not, you need to have a routine. When you get up in the morning, have something to look forward to. Get up, get dressed, as you would for any other day. Try to engage in some physical exercise, whether that's taking a walk outside or riding a stationary bike, which I do, and those kinds of things. Even if you're sitting on your deck or your porch, just having a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, reading. Also reaching out or checking in with others by phone, whether email, text, social media. We all know about Zoom and FaceTime. Those kinds of things have become now sort of a regular part of our life. But it's also important to reach out to others so that you can check in, especially if you know if someone else like yourself might be isolated or not. And sometimes it's just having that 5-minute conversation to say, hi, I'm here, how you doing, what's going on? And most of all, do something you enjoy. When you get up in the morning, I remember saying to my husband one time when I was having a particular tough day and going through a very difficult time in my treatment, and I said, you know, I'm so tired of all this. I don't know if I can do this anymore, but I'm tired of not feeling like myself, and I think I just want to do something that'll put a smile on my face. And that's what was sort of become my mantra. So my mantra is you do something to put a smile on your face, whether that is having a cup of coffee on your deck in the sunshine, or taking a walk, or calling that friend and having a conversation, or learning a new craft or hobby and picking it up and say, all right, maybe this not, and try many different new things. Try cooking a new healthy recipe. There's certainly a lot of things online that we can do. I also found that meditation or centering has helped me, and I'm not someone who is very spiritual, but I find that when things get overwhelming for me, I need to stop and center myself, take a slow, deep breath, and do that a few times. Deep breath in and out a few times, and stop what I'm doing for about 5 minutes and just sort of let my mind go blank, and then just meditate and just think about what surrounds me and think about the things that we have that we're grateful for. So gratefulness is a really special piece for me, that every morning I get up, I'm grateful. Every time I go to bed, I'm grateful for the day that I've had. So those kinds of things make you feel a little bit better, that things are not as bad as they are. The other thing, it's important to write your feelings down. So some people keep a journal, or maybe it's just jotting it down, or maybe it's just expressing yourself in other ways. And I find for me that beading is that. I find it very meditative when I'm working on a piece or learning a new stitch or a new technique. These are just some resources that that I've mentioned. Again, you can see that there are a number of online sites that you can go to for information. There's a great deal of information on art therapy resources and programs that are all for free on art therapy resources online. And if you're an art therapist, there's lots of information there. And also, I put here beadshop.com because the second part of this presentation is a demonstration on how to make a mala bracelet or meditation bracelet. So if you have registered for this conference, you will then have received an email to go to Beadshop to click on to the kit that the Partnership to Reduce Cancer in Rhode Island has gratefully going to be providing to all the attendees that have registered for the summit for this particular workshop. And you're going to learn how to make a bracelet, and you'll have been provided all the items you need to make that bracelet. So with that, I'm going to stop here, and we're going to move on to the demonstration. And I want to just one disclaimer here that said there is no scientific evidence that crystal healing has any effect in cancer treatment. While many people believe in the power of alternative medicine, any attributes given to stones are purely symbolic. So that's basically what we'll be talking about in the stones that have been selected for your meditation bracelet or mala bracelet. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. So the second part of the presentation is a demonstration in how to make a mala bracelet. And if you've registered for the summit, there was a special code to put in to click onto and order your kit from Bead Shop. And in your kit, you would have received everything you need in order to make a mala bracelet. And here is the mala bracelet. This is using blue agate. And a mala is really a meditation bracelet. It's also known as a worry bracelet. It actually is used in a lot of religions such as Hinduism and Buddhism. And we know it in English as rosary beads. And it's a way of keeping track of the prayers. And it usually consists of 108 gemstones or seeds. In this case, we're doing a bracelet, so we would have about 25 to 27 beads. And in this style, I also included 2 silver spacers in addition to a lotus blossom. And if you believe in crystal healing, the stones are selected for their particular types of healing properties. And in this case, the kit that you will get from beadshop.com includes impression jasper, and that stone's healing properties are represent tranquility and calmness. For the purpose of my demonstration, I'm going to be using Amazonite. And these are a little bit larger. These are 8mm beads. And Amazonite also has the same properties in terms of calmness and helps with meditation. And I think during this time with COVID and also anyone who's in cancer treatment, having a way to be able to add to centering yourself, meditating. This is what I find with beading. I find it's very meditating when I'm doing that. So basically, you're going to be learning 2 techniques. One, in basic beading, you'll be learning basic stringing, which is the basis for all types of jewelry you can make, such as bracelets and necklaces. You'll also be learning how to knot, and we'll be doing a square knot in addition to a surgeon's knot. And very easy to do. So if you can do a square knot, in other words, if you can tie your shoes, you can make this bracelet. So with that, you also got in your kit 0.7mm of Stretch Magic. And this is the cord we'll be working on. And you can see the cord right here. It's an elastic stretch cord. And I chose this. Traditional malas are usually done using silk thread or cotton cord such as this. This happens to be Ceylon. And, but for the purpose of this presentation, being able to have a stretch elastic cord just for beading will help with people's various size wrists. And so it gives you a little bit more of a play. Plus you'll be able to make, you're getting a whole roll of Stretch Magic. There's about 16 feet of this. And so you can make many, many bracelets out of this. In addition to that, you will have the impression jasper, 25 stones. You'll also have the lotus blossom in silver. And you will also have 2 spacers or round beads that will go on either side of the lotus blossom, as you can see here. And in addition, you'll get a bead mat. This is my bead mat, and you'll have one that'll be made out of foam. And you'll also have the snippers, which will help. These are thread snippers that will help you cut the cord. And additionally, if you would like, you might need to have a measuring tape to measure how much elastic cord to cut here. Or you may want a bead stopper. This is a bead stopper, and we do this to put it at the end of the cord so that as we're stringing our beads on, it holds our beads in place so we don't lose them. If you don't have a bead stopper, you can actually use a piece of Scotch tape and tape it down so that as you're beading, your beads will stay on and the tape will hold it down on your board. So with that, let's get started. I'm going to measure out probably we want to do first the size of your wrist. And you want the widest part of your wrist. And here, I have most people have a size 7-inch wrist. That's the average size. And you want the widest part so that when you slide your bracelet over, it will be able to slide right over that. And I usually like to give myself a great deal of room. So I have about, this could be maybe about 8 or 9 inches. Just for the purpose, let's measure it.
hard to see because this is clear, but I usually like to double and be very generous, because at the end when you tie the knots, you want to make sure you have enough of an ending to be able to tie the knot. So I'm going to cut about maybe 14, 15 inches here. And when you cut, you're going to take your snippers and you're going to cut at an angle there. And the other thing you're going to do is you're going to stretch your cord. You want to give it, you want to condition it. That way you will have no slack when your bracelet is done, because the last thing you want to do is see the stretch elastic in between the beads. So by stretching it, that really helps. Okay, you can move that out of the way. And bring my Amazonite here. I'm going to attach my bead stopper to hold it in place. And then the next thing you do is you're gonna start stringing. Now, in some cases, mala bracelets or meditation bracelets have may also have what's called a guru bead, and that's usually a bead that looks like this. Sometimes they're in wood, sometimes they're in metal or made out of seeds. And in this case, it's a round bead with 3 holes and another bead that has a hole down the center. And you would attach your ends through that. And sometimes a tassel is added. And the guru bead really is there just to keep track, or when you end your prayers or begin your prayers. It's just a way of keeping track, similar to here in the rosary. When you get to the end of your prayers, you know you have sort of the guru bead here to tell you that you can either repeat or stop. And then the tassel is there, and it represents the spirit, and that's what some people believe. All right, so with that, I'm going to start stringing. We have about 25 Amazonite beads here, and you can string all your beads on at once. You want to make sure you find the hole. And again, having your elastic cut at an angle really helps you get that cord into the hole. These are 8 millimeters, so they have a fairly good size hole. And sometimes you're going to have, beside the charm that you get, the lotus blossom, which is really lovely. As you can see, the impression is on both sides. And the lotus represents, again, you know, it's a flower that sits on the water, and it's very calming, and it represents all the turbulence that is underneath that we go through. And then as it rises to, as you see the flower on the surface, you see the calmness that we can actually break through that turbulence to get to. Some cases you will also have the spaces that you'll actually have a whole bag full of spaces. So you could, if you wanted to, do string every 5 beads and add a spacer and then continue on in that pattern, or you just can continue stringing as I'm going to do. As we know in beading, there are no mistakes, and whatever you choose to do is your own design. But in this case, a mala is pretty simple and has, you know, these basic components right here. So we continue on. Now, one thing I want to sort of be clear on when we talk about crystal healing, and you probably notice in the presentation, you indicate that, you know, there are some people that believe in alternative medicine, and in no way am I promoting that alternative medicine should be in place of any cancer treatment that you receive. But I think that we're looking at this more, at least I do, more as a symbolic type of property. So for me, I choose stones based on their symbolic property of also their attractiveness, their softness, their color, their size, so many various different reasons. So I just want to be clear on that. But there are folks that do believe in crystal healing, and I say that's, if you do so, then that's perfectly fine. But in terms of as an alternative to any type of medical treatment or cancer treatment is not, there is no research that really supports its efficacy. All right, so have about 25 beads. The other thing is you can stop periodically. You can try it on your wrist just to see if you have, if you need a few more. And again, you don't want it to be too tight. You want it to be, I like my bracelets to have a little give to them. But then again, you don't want it to be too loose that it gets caught on something, particularly when you have a charm on it. Now, when I was going through chemotherapy, one of the things that I worked on that I got into was bead embroidery. And I found that for me, helping with the side effects of treatment, particularly the neuropathy in my hands and the chemo brain I experienced, that fogginess that you feel, not able to focus was a big, big thing. And I found that beading helped me sort of work through those side effects I was experiencing. The other thing too is it also helped me in terms of when I felt down, I could pick up my beads and make something pretty and felt a sense of accomplishment afterwards. And I think that's what I'd like to talk about in terms of when you are doing the creative or visual arts. You know, you want to be able to have that sense of creating something that is pleasing, that you feel hey, I did this. And that's what I think is really striking about doing any kind of creative art or visual arts, whether it's painting, a mechanism, a way of expressing your feelings. And particularly with COVID, as all of us have seen, many people have turned to the creative arts, crafting. A lot of parents have gotten into crafting with the kids. A lot of kids have got into crafting. And we have used with kids, particularly dealing with kids' feelings and their expressions, we have used art therapy I'm going to put this one aside. It seems to have a crack in it. Oh, there's the hole. It is a way of helping them express their feeling. I'm actually going to put that one aside and go with this. That has actually a crack in it. And sometimes that's the other thing with your beads. When you see them, you want to examine them to make sure that the holes are smooth and that there are no cracks in them, because you also don't want it to cut your cord, because it'll cause some wear and tear on the cord. All right, so I've strung all my beads, and I have maybe approximately 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, about 25 right here. I'm going to add one of the spacers. And then I'm going to add the charm. So the spacer sort of couches on either side. And then I'll add the other spacer. Now, again, in a traditional mala, you would be knotting in between each bead. And the knot would be particularly a good size so that it keeps the bead in place. But it also prevents the bead from touching the other bead. So there is no damage to the beads. And so that's one reason why you would do knotting in between. All right, take off the bead stopper. So now I have everything strung. I'm going to stretch it one more time. And I'm going to do what's called a square knot or a surgeon's knot. And this is easily done by doing right over left, left over right, as some people will say, or over the river and through the woods is another way. So if you're left-handed, it might be left over right, right over left. I'm left-handed and I tend to do it left over right, but for the purpose of this, I'll do right over left. So you take the two ends and you go right over left. And then you pull them gently, and you want to get them right up against the hole of that bead. All right, and then give it a good tug. All right, and now you're going to do left over right. So you take the left side and you take that left end and you go around. And here's where the surgeon's knot comes in. You're going to go around one more time. All right, and then you pull both ends, and I kind of do it this way, and you slide it down and you give it a good tug. to make sure. And don't be afraid of it. At first, you know, sometimes working with elastic, if we pull too tight, it'll pull the beads apart. If we pull not tight enough, it'll loosen the knot. So you want to inspect your knot to make sure that it is secured, and that is pretty secure. There. And then what you would do is you would pull through this cord, and you'll pull the knot through the hole in the bead so you can hide it. And then you would take your snippers, and you want to be able to cut, again, at an angle. Give yourself a tiny bit of a tail, as close as you can. You don't want to, you don't want to cut the knot. And there you have it. And then you can just finagle that little knot right into the hole. So there you have your mala bracelet, all ready to go. And again, it's got a little bit of play in it. And I'll actually trim that end a little bit more. And when you're putting it on, you want to be able to slide it on over your hand, just like so. There you go. And then you can slide it off. Rather than stretching your hand out, most people will stretch the bracelet. So that is how you make a mala bracelet. And again, repeating that you have at least 25 stones. You would string, you're going to just cut your elastic to the size of your wrist, double it, give yourself a couple more inches to give yourself a little room. Stretch the cord first very well. Cut the cord at an angle, and then you can use a bead stopper, or you can use a piece of tape to hold your cord down on the board, and then start stringing your beads in any different way you desire. So when you get to the end, you're going to add your 2 spacer beads here on either side of the charm, and then tie a knot. And the way you tie that knot again is right over left, left over right, and then around one more time. And there you have, you then will trim and then kind of fit that knot into the hole of the bead, in between the spacers if you'd like. And that is how you make a mala bracelet. And so with that, I'm going to stop and we'll be able to take some questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Linda. I hope you haven't copyrighted the word scanxiety, because I'm going to use that word. And I don't often correct a speaker, but I do need to correct you. I have my mala bead here. I made it while you were doing it. I haven't cut the ends yet because I want to make sure it fits me correctly. But you said that you're not a very spiritual person. You are one of the most spiritual people I know. And you demonstrate that every day with your gratitude, with your positivity. Those are spiritual qualities. And, you know, I can say that safely because I'm a chaplain and I'm supposed to know spiritual qualities and spirituality. And so the great presentation. I have a wonderful mala bead ready to tie off and put on. And I'm going to turn it over again to Diane for any questions that people may have.
So Linda, there's actually one question for you from Karen Kaiser, and her question is, are most beading programs found within cancer centers, example, clinical settings, or community-based organizations, Gilda's Club, wellness centers, or where can patients find beading programs?
Hi, everyone. That's a great question. And there are some programs, such as the program at Women and Infants, at Women and Infants Hospital, has the program in Women's Oncology has an integrated care program, and they incorporate the arts. There I've done, I've invited other beaders to come in, and we've done through the support group, through the GYN support group, a time to set aside and teach patients to how to make a bracelet. Unfortunately, with COVID, we're not doing any of the face-to-face things, so everything is kind of moved virtually. There are some programs in the community that incorporate the arts and may do other things beside beading, but on a regular, ongoing type of program of beading, I'm not aware of any programs that do that. Again, given the circumstances and the times now, particularly in Rhode Island with the cases going up, the face-to-face kinds of things are now moved to virtual. But I can tell you this, that the Partnership to Reduce Cancer, part of our survivorship series, where over the next couple of months, we're looking to incorporate beading in our survivorship, where myself and I will invite other folks in the arts, in my, in the arts world, whether it's beading or quilting or whatever that piece is, to do these types of virtual presentations so that patients can click onto them. And I'm looking to do a regular series on beading through the partnership's website that we can post for everyone. So I think we're going to build on this, and the next step will be, how can you learn knotting and make a bracelet using wire and crimp beads? That's another thing. And you can move on to different skills. So we're kind of building on this. And so I think over the next few months, you'll start to see this pop up on the partnership's website. So be on the lookout for it. The other thing is, there is out in the virtual world lots of YouTube videos, and I would let you say that beadshop.com has got a great educational side, and they have a number of tutorials. They also are doing live presentations Wednesdays and Fridays with their bead educator. They have Kate Richburg, and have done wonderful projects that are simple. Some are simple. They also have they put them on their website, and you can click onto them. There's tutorials on skill building, on how to do knotting and other kinds of things, macrame with beads. So there are lots of things out there that a lot of the bead stores that have gone online, or the larger bead suppliers, have incorporated tutorials, and they're taking advantage of Zoom, and they're taking advantage of putting all of this on either their websites or a YouTube channel. So certainly if you just, I think, go to YouTube and click on beadshop.com, you'll see their past videos, or go to their website, but you'll also see other suppliers having their particular tutorials up there too.
Linda, a few people have mentioned in the chat room that they would love for you to be the person that presents as part of the partnership for future workshops. They want it to be led by you. So obviously your style is perfect. And that's coming from Deborah Kilbanoff, said she'd love more workshops through the partnership. And the other is through Kate Summers.
Oh, that's really sweet to hear. Thank you. I appreciate that. And Deb is herself very creative. And so that's, I think, what we're going to do. I'd like to be able to have sort of a little bead section on the survivorship series that we're doing, that we can regularly have a project, and thinking of other things. I mean, also kind of opening up, because there are a number of cancer survivors that are very crafty and also have lots of talents out there, and like to incorporate that, because again, being a nurse, I have to think of the clinical side. So actually know of a friend of mine who has her own YouTube channel, and she does cooking. She's Italian, and she shares her family's cooking recipes, and working with maybe one of the nutritionists from, particularly I was thinking on the oncology nutritionist folks at Women and Infants, or even at Rhode Island Hospital, to look at how do we take some of those recipes and make them a little healthier and have fun with it. So there's lots of that. And so looking, if you're a survivor, a cancer survivor, and want to share your talent or your skills, let's get in touch with Megan or Joe at the partnership, and let's get it going. So hopefully we'd like to build on that over the next few months.
Linda, this question is from Diane Martins, the person that has narrow fine motor movement. I would love to know if there's a possibility of that video that you just presented, if we could see it at a pace where people like myself could use it, particularly for the knotting. Is that going to be available to us?
Yes, I know that the presentation, all the presentations at the summit are going to go up on the website probably in the next day or two, and the demonstration will be there. And so you'll have, with that, I'm working on right now a handout that will actually guide you through the video presentation so you can stop it to learn, like, so if you're learning how to do the square knot and then the surgeon's knot, it'll tell you right in the video where that occurs, and you can stop it right there and watch it over and over again. And I actually use a lot of bead tutorials when I'm at infusion twice a week and I'm usually there from anywhere from 4 to 6 hours sitting in a chair. I usually throw on a tutorial and watch it, stop it, you know, and I do bring my beads with me when I'm at infusion. So I find it very, very helpful, and I learned a lot of, you know, brushing up on my skills and a lot of new techniques that way too. So that's what that's where you'll be able to do that, Diane, and you can stop it at your convenience.
There is a comment from Daniel Fitzgerald. Wait a minute, I'm doing that wrong. It's a comment from Wilson Villama, who is the co-chair of the Cancer Support Group Esperanza. And he's saying he'd love to connect so that it would benefit, that he said the group can benefit from your support.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you, Wilson. Would love to connect with Esperanza. You know, it's very, I know of your work, and it's a great organization. Absolutely. So you can contact me. I think Megan has put up, or will have put up, the email. So through email, you'll be able to contact me, or at least if it isn't there, just let Megan Daniel know, and I will certainly get in contact with you. Would love to connect.
And what Daniel said that I started to say incorrectly is that his came out great. So he's bragging.
Oh, super. Love to see it. I mean, that would be another thing I would love to see, if folks would be willing to share what their bracelets look like and how they came out, and maybe take a photo and send it to Megan so we can post it on the partnership's website. That would be a great way. When we were going to do this face-to-face, one of the things we were talking about is that the end of the demonstration, where everybody's in the room together, would be to share what they have completed and talk a little bit about, you know, what they had done. And so obviously this is another way of doing it. Yes, please, you know, take a photo if you would like, and share your work, you know, and send the photo to Megan, and we'll put it on the partnership's website.
I think I'm going to get Daniel to help me with my knots.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the audience for Linda? Mostly people are telling you thank you and they loved your demonstration.
Oh, thank you. If we have, like, do we have one more minute? I just want to
Yeah, you have a couple more minutes. Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I can share it. Unfortunately, I didn't set up my camera for this, but I just want to share some alternatives you can do with your mala bracelet with the extra spacers that you have. This is one thing that I did. Let me see if we can bring it up a little bit closer to the camera. And I added spacers. Every 5 beads, I added two spacers, and then went around every 5 beads. And when I actually got to the guru bead here, the lotus, I put 3 spacers on either side, just at a design choice. And the other thing that I like to do is because, again, some people would feel that, you know, mala bracelet is particularly used only for prayers and not so much for fashion, but I think the techniques are universal, and they're ancient and go way back. And so, you know, feel free to make your own statement with it. And if you do use it for meditation or prayer, that's great. You know, again, I'm someone who collects rosary beads, and I actually have a set of rosary beads that my father carried through World War II. And they were made in Italy, and he actually was born in Italy, and he served in in World War II as we're coming up on Veterans Day. So I think of, you know, I think of him always and keep those with me. And so I do have a collection of rosary beads that are very dear to me. So, you know, with that, and I also like to stack, you know, my bracelets. So I can stack them like this. And the other thing that I have is I've done, I was gifted a mala necklace that has 108 beads, and I find it difficult to wear as a necklace because I always get it caught on everything, but some people use it if they do yoga. The script is different. And that's their way of sort of their meditation part in their yoga experience. But you can also multiply wrap that so you have more of a cluster of the beads, a multiple wrap bracelet on your wrist. You can just keep wrapping it. So that's something to think of. And then the one thing I wanted to show you is I talked a lot about the piece that I did when I was recovering from treatment, and this is bead embroidery. And this is a piece here. And what I had started in the center is a dragonfly, and I just love dragonflies. And that was the piece I had started. I started to, it's like, think of embroidery, you know, which you would do on a canvas. This is done on a canvas. And you would actually you actually doing this with beads and special thread. And I outlined or bezeled around the dragonfly, which is made out of this brass. And then as I centered it on the base, it just kind of grew. And the design just sort of grew and grew. And I just let the beads kind of speak to me. So these are all different stitches. There's peyote stitch, which is another ancient cultural stitch that goes way, way back centuries, but is still very common in bead embroidery and beading, off loom beading in particular. And then these are turquoise stones. There's freshwater pearls. There's Japanese Miyake beads, which are these little seed beads that come from Japan. They're absolutely beautiful. There are check glass. There's fire polish, which are these little beads on the side. And I'm sorry you can't see that so closely. And then it's all placed on ultra suede backing, so it's against your skin, and then stitched with more seed beads around the edge. You can see the edging there. And then I added these little buttons to it. That's the clasp. And then the loops are beaded with seed beads, and that's how you would wear the bracelet. And so you have this cuff that hooks on like this, and here it is, completely done. So it's really a statement piece. And but that sort of represents sort of hours and hours, and say it took me about 3 months to make that. But what I found after when I completed it was a sense of accomplishment, and it also cleared my brain, you know, so I felt I was creating new pathways in my brain, and found it very, very helpful.
So Linda, there's actually another question. It's from Kate Summers. And she asks, are there any demonstrations of meditation techniques using the mala bracelet?
Not that I'm aware of right at this minute, Kate, but certainly I think going to YouTube, there are some sites, and I could probably share one of the sites, you know, in the, you know, I'll give it to Megan, that does talk about mala and meditation. And I don't know if they have any examples on their website, but I'm sure if you Google that, you might find some videos on there. I find actually that for me, it's kind of like doing the rosary. You know, if you have a mantra or a prayer that is special to you, doing that centering that I talked about earlier, just taking those 5 minutes to center yourself, sit in a comfortable position, whether feet on the floor, or if you feel better, you know, crossing your legs and just kind of taking a nice, slow, deep breath in and out, and just sort of, you know, entering your mind. If there's a mantra or a prayer, or maybe there's your aspiration for the day that you might want to do, repeating it. And you could do that by kind of, you know, going along the beads, keeping track. And so many times people, you know, wear them this way when they're praying, and then just kind of going along, repeating your mantra, if that helps you. So it's just a matter of with all the craziness going on, stopping and taking that time to think about taking care of ourselves. So I find that when things get, you know, my brain is always going like 50 million times a day, and especially when I'm on steroids, you know, that to slow down, to stop and take that breath and find that quiet place. And recently I found a little corner of my living room that seems that I've sort of set up with a chair, and I find that it's near a window, and that's my sort of quiet space right now. And that's where I can do my 5-minute meditation, or where I just kind of relax with a cup of tea and just kind of get off the phone and just sit there and just kind of think about all those things that, you know, how to handle things a little bit differently, and, you know, really start to identify why am I, you know, feeling anxious or depressed.
Thank you, Linda. Thanks for sharing your wealth of knowledge in beading. Back to Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. That was a wonderful presentation. And I think everybody would agree with me that you are one of the most spiritual people I know, after hearing everything that you do to talk about your use of the beads and your time for meditation and sitting back and being quiet. For the rest of us, you know, the classic here is that where else can you go, have fun, reduce stress, meditate, and get credit? There are CEUs that are available at the end of this presentation. I'll be speaking more about that toward the end of our program. Right now, we're going to be going to break. That break is going to last until 11:10, just so you can plan your time away from your screen. Before you move away from your screen, I want to say that we have had wonderful sponsors, and we're going to be filming through with a presentation of our sponsors. We want to make sure you take a look at that, because without them, we wouldn't have the financial resources to put this on. So during our break, at some point, if you just take a look at all the wonderful sponsors that we have, and we want to thank them for doing such a great job of giving us the resources that we need to put this program on. So for now, we're going to head into a break. We have two what they call Zen koan. We're talking about meditation. I have two Zen koan questions for you. And the first one is, how come every microwave I've ever had has a popcorn button, and every bag of popcorn at the back says, do not use the popcorn button when you make your popcorn? It's kind of crazy. What are we doing with that button? But that's a Zen koan question. You can answer that yourself. The second one is, why is it that my lemon juice has artificial ingredients and preservatives, and yet my dish soap has natural lemon? Think about that one during the break. We'll see you at 11:10. Thank you.
While it's true that no home, neighborhood, or human is immune to cancer, it's also true that there's a world-class stronghold in the fight against it, right here in the Ocean State. Thanks to Yale New Haven Health's Smilo Cancer Hospital Care Center in Westerly. This seaside community of local business owners, educators, and fishermen now boasts leading-edge technologies, resources, and expertise that cancer never saw coming. Starting with renowned board-certified oncologists and nurses working as a team to provide individualized care, access to state-of-the-art radiation and surgical treatments, genetic testing, and clinical trials in partnership with Yale Cancer Center, and a comprehensive suite of services including lab work, advanced diagnostic imaging, and a 24/7 oncology pharmacy staffed by certified pharmacists. The very things that most people associate with big-name hospitals and big bustling cities are all located right here at Westerly Hospital. The way we see it, dealing with cancer is hard enough without having to uproot your life or loved ones to get treated. And with convenient local access to such exceptional care and treatment, you won't have to. The Smilo Cancer Hospital Care Center. It's world-class healthcare in your world.
Well, welcome back to the summit. Hope you had a good break and got done what you needed to get done. But we're ready to go again. We have our third presentation ready to go. And this is Exhibit C in my theory of where all the bright and creative minds in our country have gone. Dr. Switchkenbaum is the dental director in the oral health program at Rhode Island's Department of Health. As you may have noticed, Dr. Alexandra Scott mentioned him in her welcome, and she was glad that he is presenting for us. And I think you will be too when you hear his presentation. Dr. Switchkenbaum combines the scientific knowledge of dentistry with the skills of a craftsman to create solutions to oral and especially dental problems caused by cancer treatments. As you can see in his introduction, he is trained all over the country to develop these skills and this knowledge. We're happy that he's here now in Rhode Island and look forward to hearing about an issue that we have never covered before, but deserves our awareness. Dr. Switchkenbaum.
Good morning, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here talking at the Rhode Island Cancer Summit. I've had tremendous respect for this organization and the diverse number of people at this meeting, and I know it's virtual, but I'm really excited. And my presentation is about prevention and management of oral complications associated with cancer therapy. We'll go through a variety of things, but what I hope you get out of this is a sense of how oral health quality of life can be impacted for individuals treated for cancer. And by that I mean, I want to show some cases that probably had some adverse oral health impact, but then I want to show some of the work I had the opportunity to do some years ago when I was faculty at University of Michigan. We'll discuss some strategies to prevent or manage complications and kind of discuss the importance of having oral health resources available for an oncology team. A little bit about my background. I'm born and bred Rhode Island. I tell people that I went to elementary school at John Brown Francis, high school at Moses Brown, college at Brown. I had to leave because there was no dental school with Brown in the name. I then trained in a specialty area called maxillofacial prosthodontics in dental oncology at MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston in the 90s. And then for about 17 years, I was on the faculty at University of Michigan. I returned in Rhode Island in 2016, and I'm currently working at the Rhode Island Department of Health. I know everybody has variety of background. We're gonna talk about some dental cases. So before we get started on some dental cases, I wanted to give everybody a little bit of an orientation to teeth. What you're looking at here is this is called a panoramic radiograph. So this is normal. These are teeth. They are sitting in the bone, the maxilla and the mandible. You can see the nice long roots of the teeth. I show you normal because I want to present a case that is not quite normal. So here, when we look at this Panorex, what are some things you see? You see that there are roots of teeth that may not be as long. So the roots are what sits in the bone. In this case, they're short, they're spindly, and actually there are a lot of missing teeth. So what is going on? Back over 100 years ago, Trabando and Ressamier, they studied the effect of radiation on eye development in a cat. And they noticed on biopsy, les dents sont moitié moins longues à droite qu'à gauche. That's my opportunity to speak French to you today. But they showed that teeth that were in development and were subject to radiation were half as long on one side than the other. This has been seen in other animal studies through case reports, and actual case control studies done in Sweden found that children who had total body irradiation had between 19 and 39% tooth size reduction. So this is an example of late effects of cancer therapy. So that panoramic radiograph is from a young man who was treated at age 1 for a grade 4 neuroblastoma of the abdomen with both bone marrow transplant and total body irradiation. And when you look at his teeth, one of the first things I want to point out is the crowns of the teeth, which is what is above the gum line. They look beautiful. There's no decay. The teeth are impeccably clean. And I would attribute that to his parents. His mother in particular was extremely fastidious about his oral health. She brought him to University of Michigan every 6 months to see the pediatric dentist for cleanings and fillings. And well, he didn't really need fillings. But the other thing I want to point out is that in the upper right, he's actually biting down all the way. He doesn't have contact with his teeth. He doesn't have really any chewing function on his back teeth, and that's where you're supposed to function. So we had to figure out, what are we going to do for this young man to help him to have long-term quality of life, to be able to eat? And that kind of some difficult decision making. So his problem list, again, multiple missing teeth, multiple teeth with short roots. He had impacted teeth. It's just the impact of what happened for the radiation. Ankylosed teeth means they're actually fused to the bone. His lower teeth surprisingly weren't that loose. So our options, do we do nothing or do something? And we discussed with him and his mom, and ultimately the decision was made to keep his upper teeth as they were. We ended up removing lower teeth. And by we, I say I worked with a team of oral and maxillofacial surgeons at University of Michigan. My role as a prosthodontist ultimately would be to guide the replacement. Those are dental implants. Those are kind of like screws that go in the bone, which ultimately support something. And in this case, what those implants are supporting is a bar. And you're like, well, who's going to chew with a bar? Really, who's going to chew with implants? Ultimately, it's what are we going to make prosthetically that's going to help them eat? And that bar has these things called buckets, and a bar that we use almost like engineering principles. So here you can see the denture that ultimately went over that bar. And there's, if you look closely, there's a little latch that we close so that stays in shape. And now he has very good biting function. And he ended up doing really, really well and had good function and quality of life. I think he ended up becoming a computer genius. So I'll show another case here. This has some things in common with the previous case in that similarly he has the shortened roots, but what is different here? A lot of decayed teeth. Unfortunately, this young man did not have the same, he had some difficulty in the family, and the parents did not provide regular dental visits, so he ends up having a lot of decayed teeth. So I think you can see that. We'll talk a little bit, there's a lot about cancer treatment that can place somebody at greater risk for tooth decay. And this is what happened with this young man. So again, a lot of difficult decisions needed to be made, but ultimately, again, he's 12 years old, had a neuroblastoma, treated with multiple therapies. He ultimately had growth deficiency and dental decay. We presented various treatment plan options, and ultimately we decided to remove teeth. So what you're looking at on the upper left is what we call an edentulous, or upper arch with no teeth. Did the same on the lower arch, but this is showing immediately after placement of 4 implants. And again, there's that bar, and that bar is used to, this shows some of the laboratory process. As a prosthodontist, I would love making things. So anybody who likes making things should become a dentist. And finally, here you can see, so I'm sorry, in the previous picture, you can see the denture that goes over that bar. And here you can see, this was the note. I took great joy at the case because we got a note from the physician I found in the chart that said, James looks wonderful with his new teeth in place. He has improved his eating habits as a result of this. So this kind of completes all the treatment for him that ultimately to give him high quality of life was to address his teeth. Just again, I spoke a little bit about tooth decay. You really need three things to have tooth decay. You have to have bacteria, and that bacteria is called Streptococcus mutans. That bacteria consumes sugars. So that's the substrate, converts the sugar to an acid, and that acid can break down a susceptible tooth. A tooth that's had proper exposure to fluorides is less susceptible because fluorides reduce the risk of demineralization. Now, this seems very simple. There's a lot of things that go into this. Obviously, medical history, people on certain medications or with the history of radiation, it can impact their saliva flow. Also, social determinants of health. So again, our second case had a lot of difficulty in the household. I know they experienced eviction. So probably the last thing on their mind was taking care of his teeth. I also know that when a family is going through cancer therapy, their goal is to get as many calories in place as they can. You know, the goal is if they need more calories, or if the child needs to go to sleep, they may end up going to sleep without toothbrushing. So there are a lot of things that can happen, especially if the parents aren't as attuned to the oral complications. Access to care also plays a huge role, along with family history. There can be transmission of that Streptococcus mutans from parent to child. So some things I'd like for us to think about in this presentation as relates to cancer treatment and oral health. What treatment modalities can have oral health implications? What cancer sites may be more likely associated with potential oral health complications during treatment? And for which oral complications might there be need for expert oral health management to facilitate care? So I came up with a little bit of a laundry list, and in this presentation, I'd just like to get you to start thinking about some of these things. Of course, we know that chemotherapy and head and neck radimucositis, and when I was on faculty at University of Michigan, we would get frequent calls to help so that patients continue with their therapy. We'll talk a little bit about IV bisphosphonate therapy, which is used for metastatic cancer, which can increase a risk for something called osteonecrosis of the jaws. Graft versus host disease, a complication of bone marrow transplant, is also associated with oral complications. The big one, though, is radiation therapy. That can have significant salivary gland implications. And I'll talk about how saliva plays such an important role in preventing tooth decay. Finally, I won't go into some of these, but again, cancer therapy, chemotherapy can impact oral bleeding. And finally, we'll talk a little bit about head and neck cancer resection and reconstruction impacting function. So again, this is sort of a tour of oral health complications. The first one I mentioned is oral mucositis. This can be extremely sore. What's happening is the normal turnover and repair is not taking place because the radiation affects the cells and the chemotherapy affects the turnover. And it can also undergo a superinfection by Candida or herpes simplex. So having the ability to reach out to oral health providers to get a consult, that was something we kind of did regularly because it's very painful. And if it's not managed, it can cause severe enough pain that patients will often say, I don't want to continue therapy. So how is it managed? Obviously, there's topical agents and systemic agents, but having optimum oral hygiene is really critical because if somebody has a lot of plaque, they can have bacteria, cause a superinfection, and make it more painful. So that's why it's really important that good oral hygiene instruction and good cleaning take place. Many times, patients will have a denture, and if that denture doesn't fit well, or if it's dirty, or if there's some sharpness, that can just exacerbate the mucositis. Any irritants can make things worse. So having that ability to check the patient out, provide anticipatory guidance is very important. And again, management, often we would recommend something called a magic mouth rinse, which, you work with your pharmacy and they'll make a combination of Benadryl, Kaopec. Again, it varies pharmacy to pharmacy. Systemic agents, again, for pain, and then do things to improve the oral environment. Are there sharp teeth? Are there sharp dentures? Is there an issue with oral hygiene? So that's sort of a brief review of mucositis, which is something we would work with frequently. I mentioned osteonecrosis. So osteonecrosis means severe bone damage. And there are many terms used to describe this. Some people call it bisphosphonate-related osteonecrosis of the jaw. Since there are found other medications that can be involved in this area, it's now commonly called medication-related osteonecrosis of the jaw. Typically, it's associated with intravenous bisphosphonates, such as Zometa, first reported in 2004. The incidence is roughly about 5%. Oral bisphosphonates, it's much less frequent, but can occur as well. And what you see in this picture, again, you remember our friend the Panorex that we talked about. And if you look closely along the lower border of the mandible, you can see there's a discontinuity. There's actually a break. So in this case, the osteonecrosis reached a point that the mandible ultimately fractured. And intraorally, the picture on the left causes some exposed bone. This can have significant impact on quality of life, and it is also very difficult to treat. And what's going on is the bisphosphonate medications are affecting normal osteoclast function that are normally used to help with repair. So this is what's going on. And again, also, if somebody has a lot of plaque bacteria or poor oral hygiene, it can actually exacerbate it as well. So prevention, research has shown a threefold risk reduction in those receiving regular dental prevention and also maximizing time between any needed extraction and beginning IV treatment. So typically at some of the large academic medical centers, if they make a referral to the dental oncology program prior to beginning bisphosphonate therapy, they would get a good cleaning, any fillings that could be done, and if the patient needs an extraction, trying to get it done ASAP so that there can be adequate time before beginning treatment. The idea of a drug holiday prior to surgery, so if somebody's had bisphosphonate therapy, should they stop treatment prior to surgery? That's kind of controversial. The use of CTX, which is kind of a bone measurement, is also controversial. So again, I'm not going to go into great detail about this, but this is why it's often helpful to have a dental team. Management of the osteonecrosis is generally conservative at first, antibiotics, rinses, good cleanings, and at advanced stages is often referred to an oral surgeon for debridement or resection. Graft versus host disease can be a complication of certain types of transplants. And what's happening in this case is the donor site of the graft contains immune cells, which then attack the recipient cells. And this commonly includes skin, liver, eyes, and GI tract. But it can also, especially in the case of chronic GVHD, include oral tissues. So we've seen cases of gingivitis or inflammation of the gums, mucositis, soreness of the mucosa, or dry mouth, also called xerostomia. I have to stop and say xerostomia, which is from the Greek, means dry mouth. It was actually a clue on Jeopardy last night. And well, of course, now I'm giving this presentation at a different time. But anyway, so dry mouth has significant implications for oral health as well. So if if we take a look here at some pictures of oral complications, on the upper right, you can see some thinning of the tissue. It becomes easily irritable. It may be painful during function or contact with spicy or acidic foods. Like I said, if somebody has reduced saliva flow, you see what's going on the bottom right is the start of tooth decay. So that brown area along the root is some demineralization of the tooth. Additionally, oral candidiasis may develop. In many cases for the mucositis, topical steroids or non-steroidal agents are used. If the patient has a dry mouth, and we'll talk about this more, there are some agents to make things more comfortable, but more importantly is to do aggressive prevention of tooth decay, so or what we call dental caries using various forms of fluorides. So as I mentioned, one of the major things we were involved with as dentists working in hospital settings was oral complications of head and neck radiation therapy. The big thing is salivary gland hypofunction or dry mouth, and this tends to be a lifelong problem. So if somebody gets a certain amount of radiation therapy, that can be a lifelong problem. Trismus also can occur. Trismus means difficulty opening widely. We'll talk about that. Dysgeusia means changes due to taste. So people can have dysfunction of taste. Osteoradionecrosis, similar to osteonecrosis, is death of bone. That can also be seen in large amounts of radiation therapy. A lot of this depends on the dose, how much radiation is given, the field of radiation, what organs are included in radiation. I can share, we'll talk a little bit later on about the different types of oral cancers, whether it's attributable to HPV or non-HPV. We are learning that treatments for HPV-associated oral cancer often require less radiation therapy, so maybe has less impact on salivary gland. I'll also share that certain types of lymphoma, even though that's not a typical head and neck cancer, the radiation field can include the salivary glands. So it's important to know how are the salivary glands being affected in radiation therapy. Saliva, like I said, has some very important roles. It moves the food around, lubricates oral tissues, gives that microbial balance. So that's why we see patients who don't have enough saliva often can develop a candidiasis. So again, antibacterial and antifungal activities, saliva plays a role. It maintains oral pH. That Streptococcus mutans that I mentioned initially loves an acidic environment. Not only does it make more acid, but it thrives in an acidic environment, and that increases risk for tooth decay. So oftentimes we recommend people who have an acidic environment, we tell them to focus on foods that are more basic, such as cheese and nuts. Those are actually healthier for your teeth than sugary, sticky foods. Saliva helps with remineralization and taste as well. So xerostomia, not only is it a reduction in saliva flow, but it's more of a thick, ropey saliva, which is less effective in terms of oral comfort. People with xerostomia have impact on quality of life and often need long-term dental care. What can we do for oral comfort? There are a lot of different agents that are recommended in terms of synthetic saliva solutions. Sometimes patients would try one, they didn't like it, but they'd often find one they liked. It's a lot of different preference. There are lubricants that just sometimes applying a moisturizing gel on the inside of the cheeks makes somebody more comfortable. Mucolytic agents help break down the ropiness of the saliva that I mentioned. Sialagogues, those are agents, so atropine family, I know or pilocarpine family, I'm sorry. There are a lot of different ones that are out there, but sometimes patients were placed on medications. Using a lubricant, and a colleague I worked with often mentioned this one with lanolin. Just placing lubricant on the lips often helps. Humidifying the home, using a lip moisturizer. So there are a variety of strategies, and some patients prefer some over the others, but addressing that oral comfort is very important. Sometimes just sipping on water or ice chips all day is often recommended. The other thing I'll share is that there are newer radiation therapy strategies. Well, parotid sparing protocol was developed many years ago at University of Michigan and other institutions. It's a way of isolating where is the disease with the goal of minimizing the exposure to non-disease tissue. And the research has shown this has really made a difference. And then other strategies. So definitely there's research being done to impact xerostomia or reduce the risk of xerostomia. So like I mentioned, dental caries has always been a big concern, what we often would call radiation caries or dental caries post-radiation. It can be highly destructive. It can become evident within 3 months of radiation therapy and destroy a dentition within a year. So we've often seen this. The other thing we know is that patients often don't report pain. So in that middle picture, you see there are some teeth broken off at the gum line. Surprisingly, patients might not have pain. And a lot of that is because as a person ages, the nerve of the tooth shrinks. And it's considered an indirect effect of the change in the quantity and quality of saliva. Some people have also reported a direct effect of radiation on the teeth as well. So this was a complication we saw very frequently. So how do we prevent this? We would prescribe for patients daily use of a high concentrated fluoride. So normal toothpaste is 1,000 parts per million, or normal over-the-counter or any toothpaste you get anywhere. 5,000 parts per million is a prescription grade. And I'll tell you that this is often used for patients with reduced saliva flow due to medications as well. I tell people that I love my mother very much, but when my mother started taking some medications that dried her mouth out, I was, oh, I don't want to have to do a lot of fillings on you. So I prescribed this Prevident 5,000. And again, there's also generic versions. So this is something that can be used in place of regular toothpaste or after normal brushing. So somebody can do their brushing, then take their toothbrush, put this gel on, and I would tell patients, brush it along the gum line, let it sit, and then don't eat, drink, or rinse for at least half an hour. Best just to go to sleep. They also recommend, in many cases, use of what's called a fluoride tray. So what you see on the upper right, it kind of looks like a mouth guard, but what you can do is place the gel inside the mouth guard and just place that over the teeth for about 5 minutes, and that contact helps as well. Either way, anything to get that extra fluoride. And again, what fluoride does is, number one, it actually helps remineralize the tooth, and it helps with demineralization. I'm not a huge fan of the over-the-counter rinses like you see on the lower right. Though what those do is those provide as much fluoride as you would get if you brushed your teeth and just didn't rinse out the fluoride from brushing. There are prescription rinses as well, and those, again, work just as well as the gels. There are other caries prevention strategies. Calcium phosphate is something in our saliva and in our teeth, and if somebody doesn't have enough saliva, the calcium phosphate tends to get pulled away from the teeth. That can also cause demineralization. So there are some products out there. There's something called Recaldent that you see that's in both the Trident gum and in the Arm & Hammer toothpaste that help restore that calcium phosphate. Some of those are probably prescription, some of those are just over the counter. The other thing is what type of sugar is somebody getting exposed to? So sometimes if somebody has a very dry mouth, they're going to want to suck on candies or lemon drops. Well, if those lemon drops have a lot of sugar, that's going to make the decay worse. There are some sugars that actually fight cavities, and one of those is called xylitol. So xylitol is an artificial sweetener that actually has bacteriostatic properties and encourages enamel remineralization. So something to consider for those patients who like something sweet. We do know, as I mentioned, that candidiasis can be a problem for patients with dry mouth. So we would often share that be aware that some antifungal agents, such as mycostatin, do contain sucrose. So we don't want to give an antifungal agent that's going to exacerbate tooth decay. So consider perhaps some unflavored clotrimazole troches as an alternative. Diet counseling is extremely important, both during cancer therapy and after cancer therapy. Often, if somebody has a lot of mucositis, they're going to want to pick foods that are soft and, maybe oatmeals with a lot of sugar. Just be conscious that if those are left on the teeth for long periods of time, can increase the risk of tooth decay. So again, think about certain foods that are not so acidic, that are so more basic, such as cheese, nuts, cooked vegetables, and avoid heavily sweetened cereals, cakes, and dried fruits. I mentioned fluoride. Fluoride is provided in a lot of different ways. We have community water fluoridation in Rhode Island, which is not only beneficial for children, but it benefits people of all ages. There's also in toothpaste, rinses, gels, and varnish, and I'll talk about those in a second. And those play a role in prevention. So first one is something called fluoride varnish, and I actually heard a story on NPR about it, so I had to put it up. But this is a gel that can be placed in the office visits to help reduce risk of decay. Very appropriate for people who are at high risk. You know, dentistry is getting more like medicine, where we're doing better with risk assessment. We're not as much, we're trying to move away from just being technicians who drill and fill. We're trying to have more of a medical model, and I think the medical model comes with risk assessment. There are certain people who are very low risk for decay, and if they're low risk of decay, maybe they only need a dental visit once a year. But there are some people who are at high risk of decay. Maybe they've had radiation therapy, and high-risk patients might need more frequent dental visits. They might need fluoride varnish at other visits, but they need sort of a treatment plan that's tailored to their risk. So this is fluoride varnish. There's also something very new called silver fluorides. Actually, I say it's new, it's more new to America. It's been in Asian countries and Australia since the 1960s. And what it actually does is it's an agent that arrests decay. It's a liquid that's placed in very small amounts on the tooth. And what it does is it stops the decay process. I will say it does turn the tooth, or I shouldn't say the tooth, but the area of decay black. Gosh, I wish we had this. This has only been in the US for the last 5 or 6 years. I wish we had this when I was at University of Michigan, because I remember patients coming in with many, many areas of decayed teeth, and we knew it was going to take many visits to address. This just helps put out the fires of the decay. Then you can go back over a series of visits and actually do the fillings. But this has been a real game changer. And I hope people are availing themselves to it. Because, like I said, one of the things I'll talk about in a minute is that trismus, the difficulty of opening widely. So if somebody can't open their mouth widely, their ability to sit and have multiple fillings done in one appointment, it can be very exhausting. So again, what I would say is if somebody is high risk, such as patients who've gone through cancer therapy, they need to have regular, more frequent dental appointments so they can have just surveillance for dental disease, a good cleaning to get plaque and calculus that the individual cannot remove, address little problems before they become big, prescribe those preventive strategies, get refills on the fluorides that are working. There are some challenges though. We do know not everybody has dental insurance. It's not as prevalent as medical insurance. We don't have, we don't have a lot of providers who are comfortable working with patients who've gone through cancer therapy, and there may be challenges getting to the office. So maybe we'll talk about that more in the Q&A session. Trismus, I mentioned, is limited oral opening. This can be attributed to difficulty or the impact on this. If somebody has to wear a denture and they can't open their mouth widely, it can be very challenging. It can be challenging for somebody to clean their own teeth. And then, like I mentioned, it can be challenging for the dentist to provide care or for the oncologist to re-examine for disease. Research shows about between 5 to 38% of patients with head and neck cancer will have trismus. Causes can be that the tumor invaded the mouth closing muscles. Radiation therapy may have caused some trismus on those muscles, or the TMJ. Surgery may have caused trismus, or if somebody has a denture or something called an obturator, which I'll talk about in a minute, that they can't keep in their mouth that well, they may use their oral musculature in a way that actually increases their risk for trismus. So what you're seeing in this case, normally somebody should be able to open their mouth 4 fingers. In this case, this person could only open their mouth to 1 finger. Think about the implications for that in terms of eating and performing mouth care. So what we typically recommend is prevention, and this can be done simply with just encouraging stretching, just taking 2 fingers, excuse me for showing my fingers in my mouth, but stretching, or there are some devices out there, or stacking tongue blades. But please be mindful of any, if trismus is starting, try to address it through prevention before it becomes problematic. And there are some devices out there. Okay, so I mentioned the word obturator. I think that's from the Latin or Greek. Obturator means to close off. And what you see here kind of looks like a denture that has a bulb. So it's on the left denture, kind of looks like a denture. That's called the bulb of the obturator. And the picture on the right, that's for somebody who has teeth. And on the lower right, what you're looking at is a drawing of an edentulous upper arch after resection of a squamous cell carcinoma of the palate. And on the right side, similarly, this is a picture after resection of a mucoepidermoid carcinoma of the palate. So often cancers do occur on the palate, and resection creates an oral nasal communication. That can have significant impact on the person's function. Foods can escape out the nasal cavity, and speech can sound hypernasal. So the surgery is called a maxillectomy, and the prosthesis to address it is called an obturator. Here's an example. This was a gentleman I treated. He actually provided all these pictures to me when I treated him at University of Michigan. This is him in 1996, in 1997, and then in 1998 when he presented to University of Michigan with a large expansile lesion below his right eye. And if you take a look on the right side, that's the intraoral view, and that was biopsied and found to be squamous cell carcinoma. Originally, they determined that it was unresectable, and they recommended palliative chemotherapy and radiation therapy. They found out he was a veteran. He was referred to the VA hospital in Ann Arbor, and at the VA, they said, we actually have a protocol for curative radiation and chemo. Our goal is to cure this. So this shows him 2 months later. The tumor is essentially been destroyed by the radiation and chemo, and where what was previously an expansile lesion is now sunken in. I don't know if that's the right word, but sunken in. And if we look from a worm's eye view, you can see that the right side is indeed depressed. And if you look at the intraoral view on the upper right, you can kind of see you're actually looking into the nasal cavity. You'll see the turbinates there. You see a lot of mucus as well. And what we use to rehabilitate that defect is called an obturator. And it's essentially, like I said, that denture that extends up into the defect to provide some closure to allow function. And now let's see if this works. This is a video.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come and
What's your name? Where are you from? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. So what you heard there is without the obturator, the sounds are escaping out the nose. So he's not able to shape his sounds. In addition, our palate plays a role when we form vowels. It's part of the articulation process. So without the palate, he's not able to speak effectively. So now I'll play a video with him with the prosthesis. And what I hope you appreciate is what a difference it makes. And think about how this is going to affect his quality of life now. Okay, count to 10, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And what's your name?
My name is Jim Bigelow.
And where are you from?
Linden, Michigan.
Where's that?
It's about 40 miles north of Ann Arbor.
All right, thank you.
And yes, I'm talking as plain as I can.
So yes, so I had the privilege of treating wonderful people with these prostheses. It was really a privilege. I mentioned a little bit about, you know, that I had the opportunity when I was at University of Michigan to work in a hospital setting, and there are dental oncology teams that include specialists in oral medicine, people who do what's called maxillofacial prosthetics like obturators, perform pre-radiation evaluations. And again, I think it does play a big role. I know in Rhode Island at this point, we don't necessarily have those teams, but we do have some wonderful local dentists who have some advanced residency training. We do have some hospital-based programs and prosthodontists. But again, some of the larger institutions do have dental teams. And it's something, you know, maybe we should consider, we can talk about in Rhode Island. I want to take a few minutes in my last few minutes to talk a little bit about the work that I've had the pleasure to work with the team increasing rates of HPV vaccination to reduce risk of oropharyngeal cancer. When I talk with students at dental schools or some of the pre-dental programs, I show rates of oral cavity and pharynx cancer. This is data from Rhode Island over the past 22 years. And the first thing you notice is things haven't really changed a ton. And that should probably be kind of a surprise considering that rates of smoking and alcohol use, which are the traditional main causes of squamous cell carcinoma, have dropped a lot. And I want to thank Junhee Oh for helping me get this data. Junhee's been very involved with our group. And so here, she helped break down HPV-associated oropharyngeal cancer, and you can see what a significant increase there has been, especially among men over the last 22 years. So that's something that, again, the oral health team is now part of the HPV vaccination task force to address this. One thing I do want to point out, since we're looking at HPV associated, we now look at non-HPV, and I do have some concerns. We are starting to see an increased rate of women with non-HPV associated oral cavity cancer. And again, we probably take this back to the Virginia Slims ads of several years back. Well, unfortunately, that increase in tobacco use has had some negative impacts as well, many negative impacts. So what have we been doing? So we've had some great partnerships with the Oral Health Program. We had a full day mini residency about communication. So we spoke with dental providers, including dentists, dental assistants, dental hygienists, about many areas, including HPV. And we developed this button that we have dentists and dental hygienists wear just to generate that conversation in the dental office about HPV vaccination. We're working closely with some of the local college pre-dental groups at Brown, PC, and URI to talk to students on campus about vaccination and oral cancer prevention. We worked closely in the Medicaid program to include on the EPSDT, which is the early preventive services. It's kind of like the menu of services that our managed care program should tell providers to perform. And we ask them to think about, or not think about, but engage in counseling for HPV vaccination. So a lot of good work. In Massachusetts, the Team Maureen group has done great work in developing some their toolkit, and they allowed us to rebrand it with Rhode Island. So those collaborations are great as well. So it's been great having this discussion. In summary, cancer therapies can have significant impact on oral health and therefore quality of life. Having dental support for patients is critical. There are cancer centers which have dental expertise. They've been successful in this area. It may require some cross-institutional support. I didn't talk about that much, but the fact is, having a dental clinic in a hospital setting, they are usually not the cash cows, but often the hospitals realize that supporting those areas help with the overall quality of life. And finally, any efforts towards medical dental integration is beneficial for patients. So the example of HPV. So again, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward for any discussion and questions now.
Thank you, Dr. Switchkenbaum. I've been doing oncology work for 30 years, and until you came back to the state, I didn't realize the complications that can arise. And listening to you, it's almost maybe for our pediatric oncologists and our radiation oncologists and our surgeons, it must be for them like having a safety net so that they can do what they need to do and recognize that if there are complications and dental issues, that you can aid them and help them take care of their patients for a great quality of life. So I want to thank you for a wonderful presentation and open it up for any questions that people may have.
Thank you, Jim. It was a pleasure speaking to the group. I will say at this point, as I work with the Department of Health, I'm not providing clinical care, but I'm always available for any email questions and sharing some of the local resources who I knew take great pleasure working with patients.
There is one question I have from the audience for you, Doctor. And this question is, how should cancer patients and survivors self-monitor for the potential of developing secondary oral cancers?
That's a great question. I would say that self-monitoring in the oral cavity is really difficult, especially with trismus, the difficulty opening widely. So I do think that's why it is important to continue routine dental care, visiting the dentist, every 6 months, just so they can look more closely at areas that are just difficult to see. But certainly any areas of redness, swelling, or ulceration, those should be cause for concern. And having a dental home, our goal is that everybody have a dental home meaning a dental office you can call and say, hey, can you take a look at this? And they're like, sure, come on in. Or a dental home a place that sends you those, I don't know if places still do postcards, now it's more email, but send you a postcard to say it's time for you to come in for your recall. So I think certainly some self-monitoring is possible. I encourage everybody to look in their mouth closely as they brush their teeth, but I think it's also really important to have a dental home and continue regular dental visits. Also for prevention of tooth decay. One thing I failed to mention is the earlier you can address tooth decay, the better. And sometimes tooth decay lesions are so small that they can only be detected by your dentist or your dental hygienist, or often by radiographs. So getting those done regularly is important.
Thank you.
You bet.
So I have another question, Doctor, from Linda Jobeck. First, she says, great presentation. Then she says, I have learned a great deal. Can you comment on secondary cancers, such as oral tongue cancer, in patients receiving chemotherapy, such as Doxil? And can you comment on denial resources in Rhode Island for our adult patients who are uninsured, underinsured, and also the impact of COVID on assessing care?
Okay. Wait, what was the first question? Let's see, I think it's in here. Let's see.
Yeah, can you comment on secondary cancers such as oral tongue cancer in patients receiving chemotherapy such as Doxil?
I know that certain treatments that impact the immune system can increase risk of oral cancers. So people who had gone through bone marrow transplant many years later, they may not have the ability to fight off carcinogenic attacks. So I'm not familiar with Doxil, but I do know that certain populations who are receiving treatments that can affect their immune system, whether it's bone marrow transplant or actually some treatment for people with HIV and AIDS, they become at higher risk for oral cancer. I remember we saw a patient with a developmental disability who had received a bone marrow transplant. I think it was Hurler's syndrome, and he had developed an oral cancer without any risk factors such as smoking, alcohol use, or even HPV. And it was just because his ability to fight off cancers was so depressed. So it could fall in that same category. The other thing you said is dental resources for people who are underinsured. Generally, that's actually, it is a big problem. And I think part of the separation between oral health service and medical health services that probably happened like in the 60s that make medical insurance and dental insurance separate has contributed to this problem. But I would say, ideally, medical insurance would include dental. And I can say that there are efforts now in Washington to include dental in Medicare. It may take a while, just as Part D Medicare to include pharmaceutical benefits took a while, but I think ultimately that would be very helpful. In the short term, we do have Medicaid in Rhode Island. Medicaid reimbursement rates aren't that great. Fortunately, the health centers, we have 8 health centers in Rhode Island that have dental clinics, and the dentists who work there are tremendous. They're very earnest and have gotten additional training, and they are our safety net. If somebody has a situation which cannot easily be managed, another option would be to go up to some of the hospital dentistry clinics in the Boston area. Rhode Island Hospital has a hospital dentistry clinic, which is Samuel's Dental Clinic. Most of us have probably seen it as we've driven on 95. While they do provide support for some of the oncology services, their mission is mostly care of people with disabilities, so they don't focus as much on cancer care. But it is a problem. I also know there is something called donated dental services in Rhode Island, and dentists volunteer to take a certain number of patients and focus specifically on patients with unique challenging conditions. So it's not that great. Now, as far as COVID, the implications of COVID on our dental clinics, I mentioned the FQHCs, the federally qualified, I may not have said, FQHC stands for Federally Qualified Health Centers, like Thunder Mist and Blackstone Valley and Providence Health Centers. Many of those clinics have taken a little bit more time to get back to full capacity because a lot of their staff have been impacted by COVID. So many of them are at 50% capacity. And I do hear from patients that were having difficulty getting in for appointments because they don't have as many appointments. Dental offices have done a tremendous job in making sure that they're following protocols. Dental offices have always done a great job with infection control, so that continues, but they're following screening processes and effective use of PPE. A lot of dental offices have totally reconfigured their ventilation and their added filtration systems to try to reduce the risk of virus that might come in from the aerosol. So I feel dental care can be achieved in a safe manner in Rhode Island dental offices. I know there are still some patients who are reluctant to go. And I think the offices are taking more time between patients. So hopefully I addressed the questions.
Thank you. There's a question from Donna MacDonald. Many of our older adults and unemployed are underinsured with dental insurance. Are you aware of any free clinics, at least for a good checkup before the onset of chemotherapy?
Currently, the Rhode Island Free Clinic has recently started providing dental services. So that might be an option for people who care at the Rhode Island Free Clinic. The health centers do, while they do accept Medicaid, they also have sliding scale fee structure, which are based on income. So that's another option. But we don't have a ton of, we only have the Rhode Island Free Clinic as far as a free clinic.
Okay, so, and there's a question from Norma Hardy. So this is what she writes. I'm not entirely sure why my now retired and deceased dentist would not call me in for a cleaning while I was on chemo until a year after. Also, your presentation was very informative. One small question. I'm curious about your patients who were mostly from the majority segment of the population. Is it that patients from other segments of the population were unwilling to give consent to be photographed?
Good questions, thank you. So the first one, as far as a dentist not calling in to see you while you were on chemo, it kind of reminds me of, dental care of women who are pregnant. That years and years ago, I used to work at Capitol Hill Health Center. I could see it out my window, actually. And I remember pregnant women coming in and saying, I've gone to 3 dentists, I'm in pain, nobody will take care of my tooth. And of course I'd take care of their tooth, but I didn't get them back for preventive dental care. And back then we must have had some misconception that preventive dental care was not safe for pregnant women. It's totally safe. And even if we just provided anticipatory guidance, let them know the effects of pregnancy on their oral health. So same thing with chemotherapy. If there are dentists who are afraid to see patients going through chemotherapy, maybe they're uncomfortable with some of the blood parameters for bleeding, potential bleeding, or immune system, but they should always have a conversation with the oncologist. In addition, I think what the dental team can do, even if they don't perform a full large cleaning, giving the patient going through chemotherapy some guidance about what to anticipate, to talk about those things as far as diet, to talk about fluorides, even if it's just a conversation, I think that's beneficial for a dental visit. So hopefully we're doing a great job educating our young dentists now that not only is seeing a patient during chemotherapy safe, it's actually important and recommended. Regarding your last question about the photographs, no, I think it was just the cases I picked. Like I said, I currently don't provide clinical care, and many of these are from about 8 years ago when I left University of Michigan. So thank you for that question.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you. This is Diane speaking now. Another question from the audience is there a dental toolkit available through the Department of Health or at local centers? This is great information which others should receive.
We have some guidance if you go to health.ri.gov/oral health, but I would love to work with anybody from the partnership to help get some specific information for patients who are going through or have gone through cancer therapy out there. The NIH has some good information. Well, NIDCR, which is the National Institute for Dental and Craniofacial Research, but it would be great to get some specific information through the partnership, so I can talk to Megan about that later. But yeah, visit our website, health.ri.gov/oral health.
Can you say that one more time so I can type it into the chat room?
Yes, health.ri.gov/oral health, one word.
Oral health, okay. Oral health, and what's at the end?
That's it.
That's it?
I wanted to say oral health is one word.
Oh, hope it looks right.
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay. Let's see. Linda has another question. Oh, she's just not a question. She's saying that we would love, as the partnership, to do a dental toolkit for providers and patients.
Great.
Well, thank you, Dr. Switchkenbaum. Doctor has always been very generous to the partnership with his time. And I think with his volunteering, he's also going to be even more generous. So thank you very much, Doctor, for a very informative talk and your willingness to answer all the questions. And we look forward to you participating with the partnership so that we can, in fact, improve oral health and safety for our patients. Now, we're moving on to our final talk. I want to say that continuing on with my theme, that some of our best minds have also turned to the social sciences. That's another loss for our political system and scene. No wonder we're so dire. But our fourth presentation is by Dr. Karen Kaiser, and her specialty is psychosocial oncology. Now, in the 1980s, as cancer patients were living longer, but some with reduced quality of life, it became apparent that we needed to do something to help. So I remember back in 1988, Dr. Jimmy Holland edited a book that was published called The Handbook for Psychosocial Oncology. And since then, there's been a lot of research done on improving coping and quality of life and psychosocial parameters of cancer. And Dr. Kaiser has done a lot of that research for improving that. So much so that she's currently the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Psychosocial Oncology. So we're looking forward to listening to her talk about the psychosocial dynamics of cancer care. Dr. Kaiser.
Well, I want to begin by thanking the Partnership to Reduce Cancer for the privilege to speak with you today and for sponsoring the Cancer Summit. I realize that it's not been easy to organize this conference during a pandemic, and I appreciate your tenacity in putting it together and making it happen. So I'm Dr. Karen Kaiser, and Professor Emerita from the University of Louisville, where I had the endowed chair in oncology social work. So the topic today is the role of psychosocial oncology in patient-centered cancer care. And I realized as I was going over my presentation this morning that probably some of you are unfamiliar with what we mean by psychosocial oncology, or you may have heard it referred to by a different name like psycho-oncology or oncology social work or supportive cancer care. So let me first just define what we mean by psychosocial oncology. It's a cancer specialty that addresses the variety of psychological, behavioral, emotional, and social issues that arise for cancer patients and their loved ones. It has a knowledge base that includes empirical studies to help us understand the lived experience of cancer patients. And we apply and use that research in order to develop and implement interventions that have an empirical basis to them. So providers of psychosocial care and cancer programs can include social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists, nurses, mental health counselors, and chaplains. So I'd like to begin by giving you a little roadmap for my talk. I'm going to start by giving a historical perspective or context for psychosocial oncology, and then talk about why psychosocial care is important in cancer care, and then talk a little about the state of the art of psychosocial care, and then future directions that we need to look at in terms of what is currently happening with the COVID pandemic. So perhaps most of you are familiar with this book, The Emperor of All Maladies, or the PBS documentary on it. The author, Dr. Mukherjee, traces the history of cancer, how it was discovered, its causes, development of medical treatments, and its science from the beginning. And in the book, when he gives the medical history of cancer, the beginning of it is quite poignant because he describes the suffering of patients and their families as scientists and physicians experiment with very powerful and sometimes deadly treatments to try to kill the cancer cells. During these decades of like the 1940s, 50s, 60s, medical providers focused on curing diseases and extending life. And this focus may have taken priority over more emotional suffering that children or adult patients were experiencing. In Mukherjee's book, he quotes a physician by the name of Dr. Goodfield, who wrote and published a book back in 1975 called The Siege of Cancer. And Mukherjee quotes this doctor by saying that cancer begins and ends with people. In the midst of scientific abstraction, it is sometimes possible to forget this one basic fact. Doctors treat diseases, but they also treat people. And this precondition of their professional existence sometimes pulls them in two directions at once. You know, there's no denying that over the decades, medicine has made giant steps toward treating cancer. For example, if we were to look at pediatric cancers today and their incidence and death mortality rates, we find that there has been a significant decline in pediatric mortality rates from 1975 into this graph shows 2010. Over on the left, we see the incidence of pediatric cancers, which have gone down in some cases or up. It just depends, I think, in terms of screening and diagnosis. But here, if we look at mortality over on the right side, we see, especially with the leukemias and lymphomas, that the death rate has gone down significantly. So we have made great progress, even though we perhaps have focused, only on the treatment of the disease. It's interesting also that kind of during this time period of the 1970s and 80s and 90s, that psycho-oncology and oncology social work were developing as professions, partly because of the research that was being done to show that there was an empirical basis of knowledge that providers could use to help in providing quality care. Many of the early studies, in fact, investigated just the psychological adjustment that patients make to the diagnosis and treatment, and what were good strategies, good coping strategies, and what may not be good coping strategies. So this really helped us in developing our practice of cancer care. However, it probably wasn't until like the turn of the century that we started looking a little more closely at our cancer care and trying to make it a little more friendly in terms of psychosocial oncology and care. And at that time, back in, well, it was around 2001, the Institute of Medicine came out with a statement that medical care, cancer care, should be patient-centered. And what they meant by that is that providing care that is respectful of and responsive to individual patient preferences, needs, and values, and ensuring that patient values guide all clinical decisions. So this really helped us in the area of psychosocial oncology in terms of moving the care and the medical care from a disease-centered care to a patient-centered care. And I should also mention that when they talked about patient, it wasn't just the individual patient, but also the family and the loved ones that the patient lived with. So, so we started getting a little more attention, and there was a little more awareness at this time. And then a very significant publication came out in 2008 from the Institute of Medicine, where they pulled together all the research that they could find about psychosocial oncology and the where the science was in terms of psychosocial oncology, and what we were doing to address these psychosocial concerns. And the bottom line and the conclusion that came out of that publication, and their pretty detailed review of all the research, was that cancer care today often provides state-of-the-science biomedical treatment, but fails to address the psychological and social, that is, the psychosocial problems associated with the illness. So before I talk more about the current state of psychosocial care and where we're at in delivering quality care, I want to address in more detail what we mean by these psychosocial, quote, problems or issues that are associated with cancer, and make the case for why it's really important for us to be incorporating this type of care in cancer care in general. So what are some of the psychosocial stresses that are associated with cancer? And I like to use a stress and coping kind of paradigm when I speak about these issues. As you noticed in that report from the IOM, they talked about psychosocial problems. Well, I see the problems as stress. You can call them stressors, stress. And I like to also think about them in terms of different domains, like emotional stresses that are things like anxiety, depression, uncertainty, feeling sadness. social stresses that could be disruptions in work, in your family life, in school, social isolation. Then there are these practical stresses that have to do with perhaps the lack of information and lack of transportation to your cancer center, or housing, or financial problems. There are also medical stressors that could be the lack of access to health care and the lack of access to health insurance, navigating a very complex medical system. So that can be stressful. And then there's the physical stress in terms of pain, fatigue, and treatment side effects. Lastly, there's some existential stresses, and I see it's off of this slide, but these are stresses around what is the meaning of life, what's the purpose of life. Could be categorized as more like spiritual issues or stresses. Okay, so I mentioned that we have models around stress and coping, and the one that I'd like to share is just looking at how our stress can influence our disease or health outcomes. And I just put together this very kind of simple diagram, but basically what I'm trying to show here is that you have an event. It could be finding out, discovering that you have a diagnosis of cancer, and it's up to the person really as to how they perceive that event, as to how stressful it is to them. If they perceive it as a threat, as a danger, as something really bad, you're going to have then likely some emotional distress. And then along with that, as you try to cope with that stress or adapt to that stress, there's a physiological response. Sometimes we call them like our stress hormones, like cortisol and stuff that increases to help us kind of deal with the stress that we're feeling. And if we find that this continues for a long period of time, if it's chronic, if it's, we talk about kind of this physiological response as being a wear and tear on our body, and can result in what we call allostatic load. Now, I put coping here on the side just to show that your coping strategies, whether you do active coping, like search out support, social support, or problem-focused coping, where you try to find a solution to the problem. You can do your coping strategies anytime during this process of, once you have experienced this event, or after you perceive the stress and so on. So this coping hopefully mitigates and removes the negative responses to the stress that you're feeling. Another just simple graph that I wanted to show you is around this idea of allostatic load. Here on this y-axis, we see a level of allostatus, and it in the beginning of when we wake up in the morning, our cortisol is high, and it just, the level goes up as we face the day. I mean, as we get up and we have to deal with getting our children off to school, or trying to decide what to wear to work, and taking our shower, getting on, and doing that all in time to make it to work, the rush hour, and so on. So as the morning goes on, our cortisol just continues to rise, and then it kind of levels off at once it's at a certain height or level. So what happens though is that when people are under chronic environmental challenges or stress, sometimes that doesn't shut off. I mean, normally then what it does is it shuts off, and you go through this kind of period of recovery. But when you don't have it shut off, and it and it continues to try to logical responses, it can lead to some mental health and negative mental health and health outcomes. So that's physiologically what is going on. And let me just show you another graphic. It's a little more complicated, so I don't want to throw this one at you right away, but this is, again, you know, a major life event. You perceive the stress as a threat, helplessness, vigilance. You have this physiological response, and then you have this allostatic load, which could be manageable through adapting to the stressor, doing something to remove the stress. Okay, so this is really important research, and in the past, in the beginning, our research was pretty much just showing there's a correlation between things like surveys that showed, and maybe you've seen some of these, that people who are married are healthier than people who are, say, divorced or widowed. And, you know, we knew there'd be correlations between like stress and health, but we didn't know how, you know, we didn't know the why or the pathway that happened. And now that we do, we can be a little more sophisticated in terms of measuring our stress and how to reduce it. And then also measuring to see if there is a correlation between how you're handling your stress and managing your stress and cancer, the disease itself. So we've had, I'd say in the past 2 decades, quite a few studies showing the connection between stress and cancer. Some of these started with doing studies on research on mice. And one interesting study that was done showed that if you isolated mouse in a single cage versus having mice in a group in a cage, that that can actually, that mouse that's growing up alone will actually develop more mammary tumors, like breast cancer or mammary tumors, than the mice that are raised together in a cage. These mice, by the way, are, I'd say, kind of like genetically modified to have propensity towards mammary tumors. So you would expect, though, that that all of them in both groups would be kind of developing tumors at the same rate or whatever. But what they found was that the ones that were isolated and alone in cages actually significantly developed more mammary tumors, some like 80 times more than the mice that were raised together, and that those tumors were more likely, significantly more likely, to be malignant and not benign. They also ran some tests with these mice, seeing how they reacted in stressful situations, and found that the ones that did not, that were isolated, grew up alone, tended to freeze when they were faced with stress and were anxious and passive, whereas the other ones were able to actively cope and deal with the stress. And I don't have time to go into the details of how they did all of this, but it's very interesting, and not just for the sake of knowing that, but also that they used this information because it was a part of a larger study. And they used this information in their next study, which had to do with looking at why African-American women with breast cancer and living in the south side of Chicago, why they ended up having a shorter survival from their breast cancer than women who were not living in that area, that community. And what they found was that, yeah, these women who lived in this area in Chicago, a lot of them were exposed to trauma, to violence, had been raped sometime in their life, that their environment was very traumatic. They would stay at home a lot. They were isolated. So it was interesting that there were these parallels between what we saw in the mice and what we saw in the real world with women. I'm not going to say much more about these other studies, but again, we were able to find a colleague of mine at the University of Louisville that elevated stress in breast cancer patients, again, measured by these biomarkers like cortisol, that they tended to have more tumor progression. And finally, David Spiegel, who you may have heard from Stanford, who studied the effects of a expressive therapy in like a support group for metastatic breast cancer. He also found with measuring cortisol and that it also had this level of stress had an effect on the threat of cancer, the mortality rate of cancer, breast cancer. So these were significant research studies that helped as we were trying to design and develop interventions that we thought would be effective in working with breast cancer, or with cancer in general, I should say. Okay, and here are just some of the interventions that have had some evidence, empirical evidence to inform them. And as you can see, the whole set of the ones that are put under stress reduction include mindfulness, art and music therapy, expressive writing, problem-solving skills, meaning-centered psychotherapy, cognitive and behavioral interventions, and group psychotherapy. Then we have a group of family-centered interventions, couple-based interventions, caregiver support groups for children with parents who have cancer, young adult support groups, and bereavement counseling. Okay. So from here, then I kind of want to go back to what we were talking about earlier on this Institute of Medicine report and the publication of Treating the Whole Person. So what happened when that report came out was that the Commission on Cancer proposed some standards of care that they mandated for all the cancer programs to institute. And, you know, when they came out, you know, it was interesting to see to what degree, you know, cancer centers were actually, you know, adhering to these mandates but it was also of interest to me and my colleagues to see, well, are they going to make a difference in medical outcomes, whether we put into effect the standards of care. And the one standard that I want to talk about that I've been most involved with research on is this standard of psychosocial distress screening. And I have a list of the other standards, the patient navigation process, which has a lot to do with helping people get access to health care. And then the third one is the survivorship plan, having a plan for cancer patients after their treatment ends. But like I said, the one that I want to focus on is the psychosocial distress screening, which says that cancer programs need to put into place a protocol for screening all patients for distress and providing a referral or some response to address the distress. So this is really important because if the Institute is coming out saying we need to make sure that everybody has access to psychosocial care in the cancer setting, then you need to figure out, well, first of all, how are we going to assess or screen those people who need the care from those that perhaps do not need it. Because one thing that kind of concerned, I shouldn't say kind of, it really concerned all these oncology social workers and psychologists who are working in cancer centers was, how are we going to take care of these people? How are we going to respond to their distress if it turns out that 100% of them are highly distressed and we don't have the workforce capacity and the institutional capacity to deal with that? So they were quite concerned that what's going to happen, you can screen people, but if you can't provide them with the services to deal with their stress, that seems unethical. So the cancer centers began to develop their protocols in terms of how they're going to, what they were going to use to even measure distress and how they were going to implement it so that everybody could be screened. Well, at this time, the NCCN, the National Cancer Comprehensive Cancer Network, came out with a measure called a distress screening thermometer. And this is a picture of it over here, where you have the scale that looks like a thermometer, where you have no distress and extreme distress. So you ask the patient on a scale from 0 to 10, how would you rate your distress? And then after they come up with a number, you ask them about different issues or problems that could be causing that distress. And so they can go through and see practical problems and family problems and some other problems here with emotional and physical problems. So many of the cancer programs just decide, well, here's a measure, we'll go ahead and use this distress thermometer. However, I actually started doing some research at the Brown Cancer Center at University of Louisville, just seeing to what degree they were rolling out this, this screening protocol and adhering to it. But what concerned me was not only were we were just measuring their distress, but we weren't really measuring or looking at, well, what's the response to that distress? Even though the protocol did include, you had to have that, you had to either come up with a referral or some way to address it. So a colleague of mine at the University of Michigan and was also doing similar studies that I was doing at the University of Louisville. And we decided to collaborate on a project with the Association of Oncology Social Work that we called a Project to Assure Quality Cancer Care. So we had two major questions. One was, what is the institutional capacity to deliver quality cancer care? And we actually had a measure, a standardized instrument of quality cancer care. And then we also were wondering, does the stress screening make a difference in medical outcomes? Because ultimately, cancer centers, they want to know if a distress screening protocol is going to have any positive outcome. Why go to all the effort of doing it if it doesn't make a difference? So we were able to recruit 61 oncology social workers at 61 cancer programs across the US and in Canada. And this just gives you a sense on the map that they were all over the United States, mostly though in the mid-South Atlantic and New England, possibly because those are very populated areas. So what we did then, and I'm just going to talk about really the one study that looked at medical outcomes, and what that piece of the study was about looking at reviewing medical records for 2 months and recording whether or not each patient case was screened for distress, if they, what their score was on the distress screening. And not all of them, most of them used the thermometer, but we left it up to them, whatever they were using in their institution. So we looked at the adherence and the responsiveness to the institution's distress screening protocol. The responsiveness was just if the person was distressed, was their response to their distress. And then we also asked them to look at utilization of medical services. In particular, we were interested in, were they hospitalized, after their diagnosis with cancer? Were they, did they have visits to the emergency department? So those were things that we used to measure medical service utilization. So out of the 61 social workers, 55 of them were able to look at their patient records and participate in this particular study. And so we had a total of 8,409 patient records that were reviewed for, as I mentioned earlier, whether they were screened for distress, the level of distress, and if there was a response. Okay, so the results were that overall about 2/3 of the patients were being screened according to the protocol. And that's pretty typical of some of the other studies that we had done, just looking at adherence, that not everybody gets screened, but out of the whole patient population, you usually get about 66% of them screened according to the protocol. Of the 2/3, about 50% needed services. In other words, they had scored a high level of distress. And there's a particular cutoff point that is recommended in that thermometer. And not all cancer centers will use that cutoff point, but whatever they use, they had to indicate whether or not of those, not all of them did, even though they had high distress, not all of them did receive services. And what we found was that distressed patients who did not receive a response according to the protocol had higher rates of medical service utilization. And in particular, what happened was that when patients were screened and responded to as per protocol, 19%, there was a 19% reduction, or in this case, 266 fewer hospitalizations. And when patients were screened and responded to as per protocol, that there was an 18% reduction in emergency admissions, or 172 fewer emergency department admissions. And these were all clinically, what we call clinically or statistically significant differences, and we controlled for other things in terms of like demographics and type of cancer and so on to see if they, affected this outcome at all. And so we held those things constant. So, in answer to, that question that we had, yes, it seems like screening and responding to distress does reduce the utilization of medical services. One other thing that I was interested in and just recently published a paper on was the other part of the study involved a survey of all the providers at these cancer centers. So not just the psychosocial providers, but I'm talking about the medical oncologists, the nurse practitioners, and any provider that had direct practice and provided direct care to the cancer patients. And on the survey, we just asked kind of an open-ended question here about what's the greatest barrier to delivering quality psychosocial cancer care. And out of the 2,000 providers that answered this question, the number one barrier that they mentioned was inadequate number of people, inadequate number of providers, and then came the lack of funding as a barrier, inadequate time, no systemic procedure in place, inadequate training. And if you notice from these, we categorize them as in terms of if there were institutional barriers or if there were barriers that patients kind of put up, like the patients' behavior or their attitude, they didn't want services, or was it the providers' barriers? But all of these are pretty much institutional barriers. So it tells us that we can change things, and we can improve our psychosocial care just by making some basic institutional changes. Which leads me to then our final subject of looking at future directions for improving our cancer care. Where do we go from here? Okay, so we've come a long way in cancer programs to provide a systematic way to screen, assess, and address patients' psychosocial distress in an inpatient, outpatient, setting. However, in 2019, just last year, the National Academies of Sciences published a book entitled Integrating Social Care into the Delivery of Healthcare. And the authors of this book emphasize that our focus really needs to shift from psychological distress that patients may experience to more the social or environmental stresses that cause their distress. In other words, if we can address social determinants or social risk factors of cancer, we may be able to prevent or at least mitigate the psychosocial issues that cancer patients bring into the clinic with them. So now the emphasis that they're promoting is to move from psychological distress to social risk factors. And just a few examples that they give in the book involve like lack of access to stable housing, food insecurity, unreliable transportation, or kind of toxic, polluted, physical environments that they live in. So in other words, we're talking here about cancer disparities and health disparities, and how, some of our cancer patients do not have access to these basic needs, and then when it comes to the burden of cancer, it's shared unequally among certain groups of the population. For example, we know that people that have some of these risk factors are probably more likely to die from their cancer than those who do not have these risk factors. So, the other thing is covering in terms of the interventions that we use, and how, we now know to reduce stress, you can do all sorts of things like mindfulness and meditation and cognitive behavioral things. But when you think about it, if you have somebody who is, say, coming from an environment where they may not even know where they're going to get money to buy their family food for the day, I mean, to what degree are our psychological interventions like mindfulness going to help somebody cope with that environmental stress? I found this bar chart in the book that I thought it was very revealing in terms of just how much our country spends on these more social stresses for people and social services to deal with it compared to their health services. And if you look here, we spend 16.3% of our GDP on health services, okay? We spend more than all these other countries in terms of the percentage-wise ratio on health services. And I think that you probably have heard this before, maybe in the news, that even though we spend the most of any country on our health, the quality of our health is way down. I don't know where we are now, but it was, I think, around 30s or so of all these countries. And so, we're spending a lot more money on our health than probably we need to. But look what we're spending in terms of social services. And when you think of social services, there are services that address poverty, food insecurity, housing, and other things. So we spend 9.1% of our GDP on social services, which is it's about like where these countries spend: Estonia, Turkey, Korea, Mexico. And so we really need to look at this in terms of maybe shifting that a little more towards social services, because then we're not ending up having to deal with maybe all these other social issues and problems, in our cancer centers, or that we can deal with it more effectively if we have more social services available. So if you were to start looking more at the social determinants of health, your assessments are going to be different. Your screening may be different. And these are just a few questions that come from an assessment that you can use. But asking questions: what is your current housing situation? Are you worried or concerned that in the next 2 months you may not have stable housing that you own, rent, or stay in? What is your current mode of transportation? And so on. In the past, has your household had to go without food? So our assessment, our screening, and then our interventions are going to look quite different if we start focusing more on these social risk factors. I'm not going to go through these in detail just to save enough time for the rest of my talk. But what you will see here again are suggestions for systems level or institutional changes in the workforce, changes in our technology and health information, and doing more transdisciplinary research. These all require systems level changes. I wanted to just end about talking about one particular social risk factor, and that is poverty and also financial stress. And I think that it's a common thing now that people are financial hardship because of the cost of their cancer treatments. And this one woman in our study, it's put it this way: everybody I've known that has had cancer has been really stressed out about how to pay for it, whether they're stressed out from the time they're diagnosed, which some of them are, or much later. The number one thing they complain about is treatment, and the number two thing is money. So I wanted to find out more about the process that people go through when they have cancer and they start experiencing what is called financial toxicity or financial hardship. And the way that we define financial toxicity is kind of looking at it objectively, like, the medical costs, insurance premiums and co-payments, out-of-pocket expenses, lost wages, and bankruptcy. that's kind of the objective way of looking at the financial hardship or toxicity. And then there's the subjective, the emotional stress, the anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, and loss of dreams and changing family roles, which is more the emotional, the psychosocial, emotional consequence of the financial hardship. So what we learned from the interviews, I just put together a few themes here, is that one, there can be a domino effect in terms of you start with a situation where you're getting your cancer treatment, everything's going okay, and then you find out that you can no longer do the job you lose your employment, then you lose your health care insurance. And then when you lose your health care insurance, you find that you can't pay those bills. And so you start using up your savings or borrowing money or selling your house. Some, though, end up their house being foreclosed because they can't pay the mortgage. And it goes on and on. So it's kind of like the stress where one stress leads to another until you're almost to the point of bankruptcy. So the other thing is that financial stress is chronic. I mean, when we interviewed people, and they were like, some of them as far as 5 years out from, they were still dealing with financial hardship. Another thing we found was that the experience can be very different based on age. The younger ones had particular stress around, they had just maybe graduated from college, they had all these college loans to pay back, and they maybe had a job, but they just started a new job with little security. So they had, they would worry about the future. How am I ever going to get out of this debt? So depending on the age, it's going to look different, the process. It affects the whole family. They talked about, their kids. Some of them had their caregiver, their spouse, actually be interviewed because that person handled most of the finances and trying to protect the patient from additional stress. And then the other thing is, I don't know if some of them ever kind of recovered to where they were before the cancer. They seem to be at a point where they just were accepting the fact that their income and their social class was lower, and they would have to live with that. And the interesting thing is that some of them talked about how difficult it had been for them to recover from the 2008 Great Recession, and then at that point get cancer, was very difficult for them, which kind of leads me to talk now about the context of COVID-19, because we are going to have the same situation here, where we're going to have cancer patients who are already struggling with finances. I can't remember the statistic of it was 20 million people lost their jobs, but a lot of people are going to be unemployed. And so what happens when they don't have their health insurance and they get cancer? And I'm sure that the patients that already have cancer are thinking about that also. They're thinking about, can I make it through this without additional financial stress occurring? So here I have just some challenges, and some of this is anecdotal, but I am looking at what I can find in terms of research on cancer within the context of COVID-19. That the challenges for patients include infection control, social isolation, emotional stress, financial stress, caregiving. Now, these are all challenges that they may already have, but it's just, I think they're going to be exaggerated. And then I always like to look at kind of what opportunities and what can come out of this that may be good. And I think for our service delivery and providing our psychosocial services, we can see that perhaps we have opportunities through telehealth or telepsychology, bringing our services to people in their homes, not requiring them to take transportation to the cancer center. So we might be helping more with these social issues or these social risk factors by delivering our service in different ways. It might be helpful for us to be doing more remote working ourselves, and just looking at ways and opportunities that we could perhaps transform our service delivery that will actually be for the better. Another thing to think about is how we can leverage technology to reach underserved populations. So my time is up, and I just want to end with this last slide. This is the cover of a book that I found on a trip that I took to India. And when I looked at it in the bookstore, I said, wow, The Joy of Cancer. I know we have a book, The Joy of Cooking and The Joy of Sex, but I'd never seen anything about the joy of cancer. And basically it's a story that you probably have heard before. A cancer patient who had prostate cancer, and through his whole cancer journey, he found what was really important in life, and he made some meaning out of having the cancer. And we usually refer to this as kind of the transformative nature of cancer. However, I'd also like us to think about how we can make transformative changes in our cancer institutions and in our communities, so that cancer patients don't need to cope with stresses of daily living while coping with a cancer diagnosis and treatment. And I'm hoping, again, I hope that this was not too much of a depressing topic to talk about with you, but I'm hoping that we can learn from the COVID pandemic and transform the system so that everyone can have access to the same quality health care. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to share with you this today.
Just want to thank Dr. Kaiser for a wonderful presentation, talking about the empirical studies that have been done, and that new word for me, the allostatic load, which is an interesting concept. And I might be a little discouraged with things if I was dealing with this alone, but I'm part of the Partnership to Reduce Cancer in Rhode Island, and that allows me to see this equity, working toward equity, as a challenge and issues that can be overcome and dealt with. And it certainly gives us some work in the partnership, but it's work that's well worth it for the quality of and the coping of our people with cancer. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Diane, and we start the question. Sorry about that.
Yes, and with my background, and I have a strong interest in social determinants, so it was wonderful to see how you incorporated that into your presentation, Dr. Kaiser. But I have a couple of questions that were sent to me privately from the audience, and one is there evidence-based practice for structuring support groups to effectively address anxiety and stress, and pairing appropriate coping skills for patients in treatment and survivors? And they have a second part to that question is there a model for support for caregivers as well?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, so the first question, and can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the first question about evidence-based support groups. It's interesting that the early research that was done on interventions tended to be on support groups. And over the years, we have found that, yes, support groups can be very effective, but not always. And I think that you have to take into account, you know, the type of cancer you're dealing with and the composition of the groups, and also what patients want. And I'll tell you, I mean, the good thing is, yes, the social support that they get through the group, because it is difficult to deal with cancer in isolation. So the social support is very important. However, some patients may not want to be in a group with other patients whose cancer maybe is you know, more severe, serious than their own, and it can actually produce kind of an emotional response that that they don't find necessarily supportive, you know. And so you just, you know, I can't say that the evidence shows that all support groups are effective for every patient. But you know, overall, I think that there is evidence that they can be very helpful, and especially if they're looking for that social support or also practical support. And a lot of these groups, they share just some practical advice with each other, and that's helpful too. But, and like I said, it has to be something that the patient wants and feels comfortable with. I know that some patients just say, no, I don't want to be in a support group. And then your second question had to do with, I believe it's still evidence-based interventions with caregivers. Is that
Yes,
correct?
is there a model for support for caregivers as well?
Yes. Now that's a kind of a newer area for us, but it's a very important area. And there are support groups for caregivers. There are also specific interventions. In fact, I just finished working on a study where we had a intervention for caregivers of advanced lung cancer patients. And these caregivers, in our research, we found that they can experience just as much stress as the patient, and sometimes more. Like there's a study that found that for breast cancer patients, a lot of their partners, their spouses, their intimate partners were claiming they had higher stress than the patient herself. So this one intervention that I was involved in actually was just getting it was a nice book with a lot of ideas for stress reduction. They had the book in different sections where it covered 6 sessions that you would go through this workbook with a counselor who would call by phone. So you didn't have to go into, you know, the cancer center. You didn't have to travel anywhere. You just had like this kind of person who was a coach, who was a counselor, who would check in with you every week and kind of help you go through the workbook. The challenge that we have is that these caregivers carry, you know, so many responsibilities because now we don't keep patients in the hospitals for any length of time or at all, and they go home and then they're treated from home. So what happens is these caregivers can just be very overwhelmed with a lot of responsibilities that they don't even have time, you know, for, you know, a group or these sessions. So we have to make things very easy for them, and doing things, you know, over like Zoom or working through, you know, the internet or a website or, you know, through phone calls are probably, you know, the things that are going to work with, you know, for the caregivers. But yes, there are interventions out there now for them.
Mary Jane, did you want to go with the next one?
Sure. So there's a question in here from Linda, and she says, we all agree that having social services are critical for cancer patients, but when many of our hospitals are experiencing financial difficulties, the first positions that are cut are non-reimbursable unless the staff are licensed clinicians, such as licensed social workers. Can you comment on what we can do?
Yes, and I did answer that in the chat box. On the that list that I had of systemic solutions, I had listed new financing models, and that's something that hospitals have been looking at, because what we find is that usually our services are not reimbursed by insurance companies. And so one thing is to really, change policies, try to get insurance companies to cover these psychosocial services so that they are reimbursed. And then second, you don't necessarily need somebody who has a master's degree in social work to help with just getting some practical resources for patients. And in fact, some of the hospitals here, I know in Boston, will have kind of like two levels of social workers, one being the MSW and one the bachelor's in social work, or it could be also a bachelor nursing, a nurse with a bachelor's degree. And so these other ones can, the bachelor level ones can spend more of the time getting the practical resources, the financial resources for patients. Some hospitals, some cancer centers have a professional financial advisor that only deals with helping the patients with their finances. And some of these are social workers too that are doing this. And that position is very important because for the hospitals to invest in, because they can save the patients a lot of money if they do really good advising on how to maintain that financial stability during the whole course. They start with the patients right at the beginning, right at the diagnosis, and assess whether they're going to possibly have some financial hardship, and work with them through the whole course of their treatment and everything, and making sure that they don't land into bankruptcy and losing their houses and stuff. And so we're trying to spend more time training those people, those type of professions. And finally, I just want to mention one other idea. I was visiting the Brown Cancer Center at the Ohio State University, and they had a nice model of kind of peer to peer counseling, and where they had volunteers who would come in and they'd match them. I remember meeting one who had prostate cancer with a prostate cancer patient, and they go through training, so they're there to give, again, kind of social support to the patients. And I think that those models can also be helpful in terms of just dealing with some of the the financial piece of providing these services.
I'm just going to give you one more question, Dr. Kaiser, and it comes from one of our members, Norma Hardy. She wondered if her return to work and her satisfaction with her job could have had anything to do with the improved neutrophils that her next lab showed. She was wondering about that.
Yes, and I saw that question, but I'm not a doctor, MD, so I can't really answer that question for her. And I'm wondering if anybody is out there that could maybe answer that question. I don't know if Dr. Wilsley could answer it.
perhaps we can send that question to Dr. Lagasse at some point.
Yeah, that would be.
And then perhaps we can then add it to the results of the recording of this in some kind of notation.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you. And I know that Jim needs to step in now. And thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, sir. I want to echo that, and thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Well, that was our final presentation, but as one of the answers to that is I've been maligning the political process all day long. But there's one thing that we can do as citizens, and that is to write and call our legislatures and let them know that we recognize that cancer care and funding cancer care in all its forms is essential for the improvement of the process. And it's that time where I usually quote the famous American philosopher of the last century, Yogi Berra, who said it ain't over till it's over. And it isn't over yet. So let me, first of all, at the very beginning, I said that that Diane Martin and her team were responsible for fielding all the questions. Her team was really Mary Jane Corvese, so thank you, Mary Jane. The next thing is to thank the Summit Planning Committee. And so Megan Daniel, who did a yeoman's work, and this, Dan Martins, who fielded the questions, Joe Jobeck as the chair of the as the director of the partnership, Linda Jobeck, one of our great presenters, Angela Hall-Jones, Norma Hardy, Nancy LeBrun, who was responsible for getting our tumor registrars, their CEUs, Arthur Plitt, Pat Stout or Patricia Stout, as you see on the board, Jennifer Wall, and also the MK Consulting Group. And they actually were responsible for formatting and our materials and for gaining CEUs. So we thank MJ Knesset and Michelle Frank. Finally, I'm looking to my right. You can't see them. They're out of the shot, but the MDR Communications Group who made sure everything ran smoothly, and that's Mike Rattay and Andrew Mellahan. And so we thank the both of them. Now, next slide is important. The evaluations that are there, you can click on SurveyMonkey at the bottom. If you need CEUs, it's essential that you fill out that evaluation so that you can get them. If you don't need CEUs, it's essential for the partnership that you fill that out, because that's how we develop and form next year's summit. It's been the responsibility of people all the way along for 14 years to look at those evaluations and make changes. And this year's going to be very helpful as we've had to move to this virtual form to see how we can improve this if we have to next year. And so just to know that if you click on that and send it in, it would be important. Finally, if you liked what you viewed, and it was a great summit from my perspective with wonderful presentations, we'd like to welcome you to participate in our work and join the summit. On that very second line, the light blue side, if you click on that, there'll be a form that you can fill out, and we will get back to you to assure that you will be part of us. You can hit in Joe Jobeck's email or call him with any questions about membership applications and getting things done. So please think about joining. You join at the level that you're comfortable at. This is not financial. This is maybe I'm sending letters. Maybe I'm packing bags. We talked earlier about, or Megan talked earlier about sending bags to the cancer centers with materials that could be helpful for cancer patients during the COVID crisis. And so that's an important information, important work that can be done, for your participation as a member of the Partnership to Reduce Cancer in Rhode Island. And we can always use extra hands and extra minds as we work toward reducing the burden of cancer. Finally, thank you for your attendance and your participation. Look forward to next year. And before that, there'll be several quarterly meetings of the partnership where there are also well-informed conferences. So thank you, and hope you have a good rest of your day.